Dear colleagues, we begin this afternoon sitting with a communication from the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Mrs. Marija Pejcinovic Buric. This will be followed by questions to the Secretary General. We shall start, as I said, this afternoon sitting with a communication with Mrs. Marija Pejcinovic Buric. Madam Secretary General, I want to thank you for your presentation at the beginning of the year of your vision of the future of the Council of Europe and what is at stake. We have 1 hour for this item on the agenda. You were faced with many crises and challenges during your mandate, to which you swiftly adapted, leading the Council of Europe and its staff through uncharted waters. We are looking forward to hearing your address today to inform us about the major points that you consider of importance for us to know as an Assembly. Then we'll take, as I have said, the questions of our members after your address. Madam Secretary General, I'm honored to give you the floor. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée.
As President of the Parliamentary Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Parliamentary Assembly, Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends, as always, it's a pleasure to be with you here today, and I hope that it's not too late to start my address by wishing you all a very happy New Year for 2024. I'd like to start by paying tribute to Tini Cox, who has served with distinction as President of this Assembly. And may I congratulate you, Mr. Rostopoulos, on your election as his successor. The outgoing and incoming presidents come from different parts of our continent and from different political families. But they are united by their belief in human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, and also by their unwavering commitment to this Assembly. And that's how it should be. And for my part, I look forward to working with your new President and with all of you in the months ahead as part of a united and effective Council of Europe. Certainly there is no shortage of work to be done. Europe continues to live through the most troubled of times. Since the beginning of my mandate, as was being said earlier by the President, there has been a global pandemic. There's been a brutal, illegal, and ongoing war of aggression waged by the Russian Federation against our member state Ukraine. And there's been a deeply alarming trend of democratic backsliding in very many regions of our continent, fueled by the rise of populists and ultranationalists who often seek to undermine multilateralism and the institutions that support it. I believe that we have responded to these challenges in the right way by supporting national governments to respond to COVID-19 in a way that protects people's health while respecting their human rights, by expelling the Russian Federation from our organization, and by supporting Ukraine at a time when it needs our support most, and by continuing with our standard setting, monitoring, and cooperation work. In the face of anti-rights movements that target specific groups, women, LGBTI persons, migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and many others, these are movements whose campaigns ultimately threaten us all. And in the face of all this, all the bodies of our organisation have stood firm, including this Assembly, and we are right to continue these battles. But I have also been very clear on one point. The governments of our member states must also play their part. We need for there to be political will at national level to enable cooperation at international level. if we want to halt and reverse the democratic backsliding that we are witnessing today. At the summit of heads of state and government held in Iceland in May of last year, I called on European leaders to assume their responsibilities. And that is what they did. The Reykjavik Declaration has given new impetus to our work. Not only has there been a recommitment at the highest political level to respect the fundamental principles, the values and standards of the organisation, to implement the European Convention on Human Rights, and to execute the final judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. But there was also agreement on specific measures to be taken to meet the major challenges of our time. Many of these challenges were unimaginable when the Council of Europe was created 3/4 of a century ago. And on all these points, we are moving forward and we're making headway. The Reykjavik Declaration, in particular, provides impetus for a new set of principles for democracy. This will make it possible to measure the health of our democracies, to identify where there is backsliding, and to provide help to put it right. We've set up a new committee to take this work forward. Our work on a new framework convention on the design, development, and application of artificial intelligence has also received unanimous support. A process that's open to countries from all over the world, which has already proved its attractiveness, and which aims to culminate in a legally binding treaty, the first of its kind, to be opened for signature in May of this year. This treaty will aim to ensure that the rapid development of artificial intelligence can take place in a way that benefits our societies and respects our rights without weakening them. Similarly, the Reykjavik Declaration recognized the triple global crisis of pollution, climate change, and loss in biodiversity. The serious implications of this situation for human rights, as well as the need for a stronger multilateral response. With this in mind, work is underway on a treaty to address human rights and the environment, and on a new convention to protect the environment through criminal law. But of course, the Reykjavik summit was also an opportunity to give additional and tangible support to Ukraine and to its people. This has been and will continue to remain our absolute priority. I am therefore delighted that the European leaders approved the proposal to create a new register of damage, which will record the losses and damage on the ground inflicted by Russia, and which will constitute the first requisite step towards an international compensation mechanism. This unique register has been signed up to by most of our member states, as well as by the European Union and other parties outside Europe. Its board of directors has been appointed, has met, and has recently elected the former president of the court, Robert Spano, as its chair. The first applications are expected to be submitted for processing within the next 2 months.
With an office up and running in The Hague and a satellite office due to open soon in Kyiv, the Register of Damage has come a long way in a short time. This is a statement of our determination that Russia will be held accountable for its crimes. without which a just peace will be impossible. That commitment to accountability, coupled with a determination to help the Ukrainian people, also prompted leaders at our summit to agree on the need to support children in need. That is why we are now at work on measures to help young Ukrainians who have fled to other Council of Europe member states and who are often traumatized, vulnerable, and separated from their parents and guardians. Our consultation group on the children of Ukraine was set up towards the end of last year. It encourages discussion and the exchange of information about the policies that can best support these children, with a focus on transnational procedures and cooperation so that effective guardianship systems are in place in every country involved. And these young people are identified and supported in the best way possible. We are also appalled by Russia's removal of Ukrainian children to the Russian Federation. Those children must be returned, and we will continue our efforts to hold Russia accountable for this specific crime through the work of our Lanzarote Committee and the Convention on Protection of Children Against Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse. All of this supplements our other ongoing support for Ukraine, including our advice to the General Prosecutor in the investigation of gross human rights violations by Russia, our action plan on resilience, recovery, and reconstruction, which aims to reinforce the country's institutions through common European standards, now and whenever the aggression ends. And our readiness to help Ukraine undertake the reforms required for its future membership of the European Union, given last month's decision by EU leaders to open accession negotiations. There was, of course, agreement on other issues in the Reykjavik Declaration and on follow-up action. And none of this takes away from the range of ongoing and evolving challenges that remain at the heart of what we do. Whether that is fighting for freedom of expression and the safety of journalists, ensuring freedom of assembly and association, and pushing back against the use and misuse of laws to prevent lawful protests and shrink civic space. Or our work to protect national minorities, minority languages, or social rights, or to prevent corruption or human trafficking or the scourge of violence against women and domestic violence and gender inequality. All of this, and so much more, is required not just to stop democratic backsliding, but as the precondition to building a just and resilient society for all, to push forward the frontiers of democratic life and ensure that every individual can live in safety, security, and dignity that come when human rights are protected and the rule of law holds firm. A just and resilient society for all. In November, our member states agreed upon my proposal the first real terms increase in the Council of Europe budget for 17 years. In doing that, they acknowledge the urgency of these times, the size of the challenge, and the scale of the additional work that we will carry out. This Assembly will benefit directly from that increased investment. Just as all Europeans will benefit from our work together to advance their interests. Distinguished parliamentarians, this May, we will celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe. And I think it is important to recognize how far we have come. No other continent has ever put in place a common legal area protecting and promoting common standards in human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Doing so has transformed the lives of millions of Europeans, and for the better. This is something to celebrate. But there can be no doubt that the standards we have set are being attacked and undermined, that they must be defended robustly and effectively, and that the new challenges of the 21st century must be held to those same standards for the sake of every citizen. The Reykjavik Declaration has given us new hope and a renewed determination. I hope that you will all play your part in the work that follows here in Strasbourg, but crucially, back home in your member states too. Advocating for our standards and pressing your governments to do their part by applying those standards in all ways at all times, so that this 75th anniversary year is remembered as one in which Europe reset its course and headed once again towards a future defined by human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So thank you very much, and I look forward for your questions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. We will now proceed to questions to the Secretary General, and we'll first hear questions from the speakers on behalf of the political groups, and then hear a response from the Secretary General to those questions. Please, will the speakers limit their interventions to 30 seconds, and I want to remind to the colleagues to ask one question and not make speeches. On behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, Mr. Stefan Senach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam General Secretary, for your speech, for your information, and for your work in the name of my group. And I want to ask you, in the light of the decision of the Assembly regarding Azerbaijan, you have been in Azerbaijan for official visit. Was there not any comments that they don't want to invite PACE for the election observation, and will you call President Aliyev about our decision?
Yeah, sorry. At the beginning, I was in Azerbaijan on the beginning of December, and that visit was prepared for quite a while. Actually, after the war in September, or one-day operation, there was clear that we need to talk, and we need to. I need to go to both countries. So my primary interest was to go to Azerbaijan and send one message that covers all crucial questions, which is that repeat to all that all individuals residing in the Council of Europe member states should have the full enjoyment of all human rights and freedoms that are enshrined in the European Convention on Human Rights. And that Council of Europe, as has always been voiced from this House, stands ready to assist in that. In the beginning and previously we worked on confidence-building measures, but in this respect it was very crucial that Council of Europe bodies can visit the region of Karabakh. It happened that my visit was scheduled for the beginning of December, and in the meantime, the Commissioner for Human Rights indeed went to Karabakh. And to me, that was a very good sign, because it was first time for many years that a Council of Europe body was allowed to go there. So in this light, I saw this visit also coming at the right moment. When I was just arriving there, there was announcement of exchange of prisoners of war. That was yet another very good sign of goodwill. And of course, as always, we were voicing, again from the Council of Europe, that what is important that the two countries find a way, peaceful solution, because on that premise, both countries have acceded to the Council of Europe long ago, so that they will resolve the issues in a peaceful manner and in talking and with the dialogue. And at that moment, really, everything seemed that is setting up the scene for that. I was very much encouraging the peace talks that were also held, several rounds. So at that moment, I really could not think that what could have happened like it did happen, and I regret that the pace was not invited for the monitoring of elections, because this is one of the functions of this House that is very valuable and has been a democratic culture to invite Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly monitors. So, but I still believe that we need to find a way of dialogue, because I believe that there is a lot at stake, especially the peace in the region. And I think talking in a times where we have war in Ukraine, war of aggression in Ukraine, where we have war in the Middle East, where we have tensions elsewhere in Europe, I think we need to do whatever we can, and all of us, each one within the mandate, to reach that peace. So my main purpose of being there is that. But having said that, I also, whenever I go to a member state, I raise all the pertinent issues. So I did this time also in Azerbaijan, the long-standing issues, recommendations of our advisory bodies or our monitoring bodies. So all in all, my feeling was that it was important, that it was timely, and that Council of Europe can be of assistance, provided, of course, that this assistance is required. So what I only can say that I encourage that the dialogue is pursued, in particular on peace talks, that the solutions are found for people who flee from Karabakh. There are over 100,000 in Armenia. And I dealt also through sending my special representative on migration and refugees immediately to Armenia to see what Council of Europe can do. So indeed, we, as a consequence, offer our help. And I'm in negotiations, in talks with Armenia also to visit Armenia. But that talks on both, with both countries are already ongoing for some time. So I think that Council of Europe can and should assist both countries to find a way to have an answer for people who have to flee their homes in dignity, and that they can return in dignity and security, but also that the country, it's only the deal of peace deal is possible among themselves to find a way to put the right basis, and I think starting with recognizing each other's sovereignty, not starting any military or any other action that is hostile, and talking, exchanging prisoners of war, exchanging demining maps, all the issues, exchanging also information on missing persons. You know, there are many things where they can do as making more confidence building measures in place and more understanding among the two. The two have the major role to play, but certainly Council of Europe can be of help in that.
On behalf of the EPP, Mr. Pablo Hispan.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Thank you very much, President, as well.
Now, the independence of judges is one of the pillars of our rule of law. Article 6 of the European Convention is very clear on this. Unfortunately, we've seen in numerous member states, judges are under pressure and governments are accusing them. They're under assault, essentially, by the governments as well, and they're not able to implement legislation. There are a number of different parliamentary investigation committees throughout the continent that have been dealing with this particular issue. I just wanted to ask if you have taken into consideration the use of what is provided for in Article 52 of the Convention in order to deal with this scourge right now, this attack on judges, in other words. We've seen also modification of legislation as well through the use of executive powers. And indeed, this is undermining the system. Thank you very much.
Your question, I think you raised the pertinent issue of the rule of law, which is one of the three important pillars of the work in this House and one of the three very important pillars for democracy and enjoyment of human rights. When you talk about use of only article in the convention that the Secretary General can use, which is Article 52, I can just tell you that I already used once within my mandate in case of Poland for breaching in very obvious manner the rule of law, and Article 52, in my opinion, was absolutely necessary, and it served the purpose because it returned back and said that the issue of the rule of law in Poland should be regarded and watched through the execution of judgments, because there are many judgments of the court that are now in the execution phase, and they deal with lots of pertinent issues to the problem in Poland. But at the same time, I can tell you that my predecessors in 75 years used, not every Secretary General used the Article 52. There were 7 only times before I did it that it was used. So it's really the very, very last resort that the Secretary General should use. So at this moment, if your question is if I'm not doing it now, the answer is no, because it really needs to be seen whether that can be done through other ways. So in my view, at this moment, I'm not intending to use Article 52 in this case.
On behalf of the European Conservatives, Mrs. Pauline Latham.
Thank you. Madam Secretary General, I'm a little confused. I understand that the Council of Europe forcibly require their employees to retire as soon as they become 65. Why? Isn't this ageism? Isn't it against their human rights?
Well, as you may know, international organizations, like governments, have legal regulations or laws that relate to the age of retirement. When it comes to the Council of Europe, we indeed have, as you mentioned, the Committee of Ministers in our staff regulations adopted the 65 as the age of the retirement. And it is the common practice among the coordination organization, because we have several organizations in which we deal with the issues pertinent to staff policies and staff regulations. They all, including other in the international civil service, have the same age fixed for retirement. And thinking whether there would be something to change that, of course, if that is so, then the Committee of Ministers would have to review the staff regulations. I see no specificity at this moment to our staff population that would justify changing the current 65 of age, because of, I think we are quite in a right place where we are now. And for the moment, I really don't think we should change that. At the same time, one should also take into account that at certain time you have to make adequate turnover so that continuity and of knowledge and staff is there. And I think it's only fair that at certain moment we give a chance to our recruitment of young people with probably new skills that they may have that we need for the times. But I see no contradiction in the values and standards and human rights that this organization stands for, and the fact that in the regulation we have 65 as the age of retirement.
On behalf of ALDE, the leader of the group, Mr. Julian Boulay.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, Madam Secretary General. On behalf of all of us in ALDE, I want to congratulate you for the great budget we've got this year, and credit goes also to the Committee of Ministers. Everyone is happy in terms of the bodies of this institution with a great amount of resources that have been given and that are to be wisely spent. The question is for you, do you know of any progress on the issue of the International Tribunal for judging the crimes of aggression of Russia in Ukraine? Could you inform us on the progress? We see every day attacks with lots of casualties from Russia to Ukraine, both in Kharkiv, Kiev. Has there been any meeting since the meeting in Berlin and since the last exchange of views we've had in Paris? And if it has been not, when will the next core country meetings take place and when? Thank you.
First of all, thank you for mentioning the budget. I think I did so in the introduction, but I have to pay tribute to PACE, that has always been advocating for a bigger budget, not only because also PACE needed increase, which we got now, but in general. So I would like to really pay tribute to the fact that you voiced it, and really, of course, I would like to thank the Committee of Ministers and, of course, the Reykjavik Summit and meeting of leaders, where they, when setting a new set of work plan for next time, also was somehow implying that increase in budget should be there. So we are where we are, but I think, and I absolutely agree, it's a big responsibility, because we have so, and I carry on our program with that spirit. Now for accountability of Russian Federation, I think also cover it quite largely, but let me just repeat, accountability is at the heart of how we want to assist Ukraine against this horrible aggression and its consequences, because we believe that without accountability there could not be a just peace. And I think all what we need is to get to that moment where just peace can be there. And on accountability page, it was from the day one of this horrible aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine, we started immediately helping Prosecutor General in the work of collecting evidence, because for any future compensation of possible damage should be a legal process set up. So we started with that. We continue. I also talked a lot on the register of damage. That was the very best way that we found at the Council of Europe we can assist Ukraine. So this is further down the road on accountability, because full and independent investigations are needed for violations of international humanitarian and human rights law. So we believe that a register is another path. And indeed, there was the third accountability pillar, which is the setting up of a special tribunal on the crime of aggression. And for a long time, we were advocating that we have expertise, indeed we do, and that we can help in number of areas more as experts. In the meantime, we also joined, Council of Europe joined the core group. In my view, in my recall, last meeting was held last Friday. And there are Council of Europe experts meeting there. In the meantime, actually, we also found another pathway in which Council of Europe can be useful and probably play an important role in setting up of the register, which is the Council of Europe Convention from '73 dealing with transfer of criminal proceedings, which in reality means that all what is at the moment done in Ukraine could be linked with the future tribunal and can be, or elsewhere in other member states that can be linked with the whole. So now there are different ways that are envisaged, how to set up, what would be the legally how that would be possible. One way in which our experts are developing possible pathways is this one where we could, with this convention, so with the legal context that we can use and expert knowledge in some other pertinent areas, that we can actually be at the core of possibly in future negotiations for setting up the register. So some colleagues call it the third way, but in reality this is it, and this is how we evolved over times of what we can do. So the meetings are taking place quite regularly. I cannot go more into details, but what is sure that there are already quite more clear ideas. There are still some legalities that need to be clarified, but there are some already quite clear ideas how this could be, and in particular when it comes to this possibility that this third way, aiming at anchoring a new tribunal on the notion of transfer of criminal proceedings on the basis of this convention from 1973. We are ready to play our role, but of course the members of the core group should agree when to move further on which of the possible pathways. I know you mentioned the meeting in Berlin, that some in Berlin were looking quite in a positive way to this possibility of using Council of Europe legal framework and expertise in relation to that. I can only reiterate that we are ready to play our part, but of course the decisions have to be taken first, proposals from the core group, and then of course if it comes to this third way, then some appropriate decisions have to be made in the House. But I'm glad that we also could in this area provide expertise and possibilities to really also do something on this part of accountability.
On behalf of the United European Left, Mrs. Laura Castel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Madam Secretary General, the resolution 2513 of 2023 of this Parliamentary Assembly urged Poland, Hungary, Greece, Azerbaijan and Spain to provide information on their use of Pegasus spyware within three months. Did those member states comply with the provision of this resolution, taking into account that the 3-month period has already been met? Thank you, Madam Secretary General.
Let me set the principle that when there are serious concerns about allegations of illegal cyber surveillance of whoever, political opponents, journalists, lawyers, human rights activists, that we need to recall the European Convention on Human Rights and pertinent case law, and in particular the Article 8, private and family life, because even any interception of communications by member states, including the national security services, must comply with that. So indeed, you mentioned several alleged cases. The one in Hungary actually already has the judgment that is now on secret surveillance, and it's pending execution under the Committee of Ministers in enhanced procedure supervision. So this is a clear path how this particular case is going to be supervised. In Poland, there are legal obligation to provide domestic remedies, and I'm aware that the Sejm has set up a special commission to investigate legality, correctness, and purposefulness of alleged use of this spyware between 2015 and 2023. And in Spain also, I'm aware of allegations also that authority dismissed the head of National Center of National Intelligence, and that there is a parliamentary commission established. So I think if we look at it from this perspective, that one can say that in a certain sense these issues are addressed or under monitoring. But it remains, and this is why at the beginning I said that it's really serious concern, and we should, through this case law and come back to what is the first convention to be ratified by a member state, which is European Convention on Human Rights. So application of both is crucial in all areas covered by the Convention, in this case, in particular by Article 8.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You know the procedure much better than I, so you know that I will give the floor to other speakers, taking them in groups of 3, and I will ask my colleagues to limit their interventions to 30 seconds. First in the list is Mr. Bertrand Bouix. Sorry, Mr. Bouix.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. No, you pronounced that very well indeed. Madam Secretary General, following ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh at the end of last year, more than 100,000 people left their homes in order to find refuge outside the borders of Azerbaijan. Most of them are currently on Armenian soil, and I've been able to see myself the materials of distress, but also psychological distress during my travels on the spot there at the end of last year. But I think the worst form of distress concerns uncertainty over their future. Many have realized that they don't have Armenian nationality and are afraid of taking Armenian nationality, fearing losing what they belong in Nagorno-Karabakh, and they don't wish to take Azerbaijani nationality. The other risk is that of being stateless. Can they turn to the court at a moment when they most need it?
Microphone, please.
Jetzt? Yeah.
Is it working now? Yes. Thank you. Madam Secretary General, among the important goals of the Reykjavik Declaration, the protection of classic minorities was mentioned. Now, I'd like to know which specific measures and plans the Council of Europe has actually implemented since Reykjavik, and might I draw your attention to the fact that in June we'll be electing a new European Parliament, and I think that these issues will be followed with great interest by all Council of Europe, but also all EU states, thinking in particular about ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh and the fact that we should be putting much greater store by solving this. Thank you.
And the third in the list, Mr. Vladimir Vardanyan. Please press the button, Mr. Vardanyan.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Madam President, Secretary General, sorry. Could you please tell us more about the concrete instruments and mechanisms of the Council of Europe that will ensure the protection of conventional rights of the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh? I'm just continuing the general line of questions raised. And you said that it was very important that finally Human Rights Commissioner and you get to Nagorno-Karabakh, not you, but Human Rights Commissioner get to Nagorno-Karabakh and you get to Azerbaijan. What do you think, whether these were very belated visits and whether we are actually corresponds to the general idea and main reasons of requesting to send their delegations and reporters? Thank you.
Merci pour les questions. Donc, je commence par...
Well, thank you for those questions. Let me begin with the question about the legal status of refugees. I can just say that, in general, this falls under the powers of the member states. So that's when we must look for this solution. And we must see where those who have left Nagorno-Karabakh now are, and if we can find solutions there. But I've already said, and I repeat, we are very concerned about the people who have left Nagorno-Karabakh, some hundreds of thousands who in just a few days had to leave their homes, the places they'd always lived in. And of course, I sent to my special representative straight away to see just how we could help the refugees, those who from one day to the next found themselves with nothing. I can tell you that shortly afterwards, I met the Armenian Prime Minister, Mr. Pashinyan, here in Strasbourg. I spoke with him about it because we had to try and find answers to these questions, to see if we could give an immediate answer to the individuals concerned. Unfortunately, I wasn't there those days. But I hope to be able to go to Armenia shortly, but my special representative was present and informed me about the situation. I can only tell you that I welcomed the fact that Armenia responded swiftly to a very complex situation, providing different forms of aid in those places where the displaced were at that time. And in the short term, we'll have to find sustainable solutions. When I was in Azerbaijan, one of the questions, one of the concerns that I shared with the Azerbaijani authorities was just how they can guarantee the property of those people who have fled, who have left their homes behind. How can they actually render them secure? At the time, I was told what you've also heard, that the Human Rights Commissioner himself heard this when he was there. And from what I understand, everything is still intact. Now, I ask the authorities to ensure that it stays that way. We must make sure that property is not destroyed and that people still be able to return to those places where they had built up their lives before this crisis. So from the Council of Europe, we will do our level best. As regards the other issues, that must be managed by the state concerned, because it falls under the powers of the member states.
The second question was on...
Mr. Brenner.
Yeah, it was on national minorities. Yeah. I think a similar question was asked this morning to the President of the Committee of Ministers. And she recalled, and I would recall because that's very important, the legal framework that we have at the Council of Europe, which is very unique, not only in Europe but worldwide, is that we have these two, one convention, a framework convention on protection of national minorities and European Charter on protection of minority and regional languages. So what I can appeal is that all of our member states first become parties to it, because that's the best way to be protected. How to make the member states who already are part of that to apply the measures or the framework, legal framework and policy framework that is suggested, including in recommendations of the two bodies of the two conventions. Well, it's, I would say, Council of Europe method of work. We work, there are regular visits of those bodies, and then they make recommendations to the states and work with them, and we work also through action plans in some countries in order to remedy the issues where it's needed. When it comes in some issues when it's needed, also Venice Commission gives recommendations, and I know that in some of the member states that was very important, very crucial, and I can only repeat what I always repeat in all my visits, that all the recommendations of our advisory and monitoring bodies should be implemented. Sometimes states have some difficulties for sometimes different reasons, but at the end of the day, all this is set up to be beneficial for each and every citizen. As I was saying in my introductory speech, that the whole idea of the more than 200 conventions and other legislative texts is to make the life of all citizens without any discrimination across 46 member states to the best possible. And as another president, former president of PACE, I think said when he was introducing his mandate, he recalled another of his countrymen back in the past who said that if you ask whether we want to have a perfect Europe, to work on perfect, he said, I paraphrase, that perfect Europe doesn't exist, but better Europe can always be achieved. So I think in that respect, and in that view, I would see the Reykjavik call for recommitment to the values, including when it comes to the national minorities. And for the last questions, it was dealing also with the issue of Armenians that fled from the Karabakh. The only thing I can say, I could repeat what I said previously. Within the mandate, we will do whatever we can. I probably didn't mention, again, the confidence-building measures, but that also is one way to approach the better solving problems between the two, Armenia and Azerbaijan. But the issue of Armenians who fled from Karabakh is certainly a very urgent one, and I think we should all through different means and ways that we can from this organization, should assist these people who certainly are in a dire situation, not because they don't have any support, but I think no support can replace the normal life and coming back to the place which belongs to you and where you want to live. So I really hope that Azerbaijan will provide for security and dignified return for all those who would like to return, and I think for others, if for whatever reason people do not wish to do so, to find different solutions.
Madam Secretary General, we have 3 more questions, but we have only 3 more minutes. So I have to propose, if you agree with me, we can give the floor to my colleagues, and if they will be brief enough to give time to the Secretary General to respond, we can go on. So I'll ask Mrs. Ariana Musliumos-Sosi.
Thank you, Chair. I truly appreciate this. Madam Secretary, the terrorist attack on September 24th in Banjska, Kosovo is an alarming development, not just for the fragile peace between Kosovo and Serbia, but for security and stability in the Western Balkans and in Europe. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy just offered unanimous support on delivering a report on this terrorist attack on Kosovo's sovereignty and territory. Do you consider it is important for PACE and the Council of Europe to shed light and offer full transparency of this event? Thank you.
Elisabetta Giardini is next.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Secretary General, I go straight to the question. You are at the end of your term, and there are 3 male candidates for the position of Secretary General. Yesterday, we elected the Commissioner for Human Rights, who is a man. In my view, the excessively strict interpretation of the Juncker Directive has led to the de facto impossibility for women to obtain top positions in the Council of Europe. Do you believe this interpretation can be corrected? What do you think we can or should do to have more female candidates and consequently more women in top positions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gardini. And Emanuele Zingeris is the last in the list. Since Mr. Zingeris is not here, Madam Secretary, please respond to the questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Very shortly to the issue of stability and security. I think in these uncertain times, one cannot only but support a regional stability across Europe, regional stability in the Western Balkans for sure. So whatever can be done in order to secure that, I think would be welcome, because we don't need more instability and more suffering for people. For gender equality and leadership, you are right. Last time when there was election, there was a parity of gender, and I was very happy that I was a candidate myself. I can only regret that this time we don't have that, but that brings me back in half an hour. We will have a discussion of women in multilateralism. I think we can in more detail discuss there, but I think there is a way to go across our member states, but also across international organizations for the real equality. And working on that, I think from the position of the Council of Europe, is not only just another organization that should work on equality, but it's also the organization that sets standards, soft or other. So as I always say, we should walk the talk also for ourselves. So I hope that for future, for more gender equality and leadership, we should probably also think how to attract or ask the member states when they propose the candidates that also it would be gender balanced. But now we have what we have. It only replicates probably also the fact that across Europe in general, on average, our governments and parliaments have 3/4 men and 1/4 women. So we have to fight that on different levels, but probably later we can talk more in detail. Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary General, I want to thank you for being with us today. I want to thank you personally for your warmest wishes for my presidency, and overall for your wise experience you shared with me while we had our first meeting the very first day that I was elected. All the best to you. Happy New Year. Thanks a lot. Dear colleagues, the next item on the agenda is the debate on the report titled Democratic Future for Belarus, presented by Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen, Rapporteur for the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. We will then hear from Mr. Emanuele Zingeris, Rapporteur for the opinion of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This will be followed by a statement by Mrs. Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, leader of the Belarusian Democratic Forces. In order to finish by 5:45 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:30 p.m. to allow time for the reply and vote on the draft resolution. I now call Mr. Kyllönen, Rapporteur. Mr. Kyllönen, you have 7 minutes to speak now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very, very great moment for me personally. 3.5 years process is at the end. We started the report process 3.5 years ago. In particularly, I'm very honored that Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, the leader of the democratic opposition in Belarus, I might, Sviatlana, say my friend, you respect by your presence this report process what we are now ending. That is a great honor. Thank you very much. Everything started in terms of the report process after this, and I say it straight away, rotten elections in Belarus, presidential elections in 2022, August. After that, there were some big demonstrations. I can even call that was a spring or autumn of Minsk. Actually, whole Belarus demonstrated peacefully against the results of the elections because everybody felt so in the country, most of the people in the country felt so that Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya was the genuine winner of the elections. That's why we can say clearly that most member states haven't actually recognized the regime of Lukashenko to be legitimate. That is important for us to understand the situation. Since that, political participation, civic society, free media have been systematically destroyed. We have today more than 1,500 political prisoners held in inhuman conditions in prison, most of them in total isolation, including your husband, Sergei. Sviatlana, you know it in your personal life, the situation. Harsh repression. Actually, the regime of Lukashenko poses a threat to international peace and security, which obviously was indicated by Lukashenko's regime support and involvement in Russian aggression to Ukraine, forced landing of Ryanair passenger plane, and weaponization of migration. All of those are clearly threats to international peace and security. Am I right saying the most repressive regime today in Europe is this Lukashenko regime in Belarus? Right. Mr. President, Council of Europe launched actually 4 reports after that. One report about human rights violations made by Alexander Luis, electoral reform made by Lord Dallan Chatra, instrumentalization of migration, Anne-Marie Verolainen. Those reports were finalized in 2021-22, and this process, political dialogue report, which originally was named by inclusive national political process in Belarus. The ultimate end has been asked me, what is the dialogue ending, what we are trying to do? Obviously, the ultimate end was that Belarus should become a legitimate member of Council of Europe, 47th member of Council of Europe, respecting human rights, democracy and rule of law, our basic values. In the report process, there were 4 premises which were important. First of all, we supported peaceful transformation based on dialogue in Belarus. Secondly, the whole responsibility of changes in Belarus are internal, not forced by external forces. Thirdly, the contradiction in the country is not between East and West, it was past and future. And for the 4th point, it's an inclusive process, and originally actually we really tried to create a dialogue between authorities and Belarusian democratic forces, idea obviously focusing on repression, political prisoners, democratic free and fair elections, and constitutional process. Actually, we were so successful that in January 22, we had actually here in our premises a meeting where Andrei Saviniuk, representing the National Assembly for the Foreign Affairs Committee chair, and Anatoly Lipchak, you are here also today, heading your delegation from democratic opposition, discussed about constitutional reform. Everything changed in 24th of February, when Russia made this aggression. Lukashenko's regime's support for that one make it impossible to have any consultations with authorities in Belarus, and excluding obviously one area, political prisoners, where we still have tried to do something. That deepened our cooperation with the democratic forces of Belarus in very many ways. You have nowadays the right to utilize our premises. You have office here. We have established in our side a contact group at the technical staff level. You have participated in our plenary assemblies regularly on a rotational basis. And obviously we have also helped the dialogue among the democratic forces, including the Helsinki conference we organized in January, actually this year, obviously, 11th and 12th of January, which helped the report process, what we are doing. As a matter of fact, I can add, Russian opposition is also interested that they would have the same type of relation with us. The report outcome is very clear. There are few big issues. I only highlight those few issues because obviously you have the report in your hands. First of all, we support strongly the effort by Belarusian democratic forces for, you yourself say, European aspirations. And obviously the first step in European aspirations is to become member of Council of Europe with those values what we respect. And obviously at the end, or I cannot say end, one of the elements could be also membership in the European Union. Secondly, we obviously will deepen now, by report proposal is so, the dialogue with Belarusian democratic forces by establishing a representative delegation here on a permanent basis. Thirdly, we will have also political phase from our side by establishing a general rapporteur for democratic Belarus, then compensating this ad hoc committee which I have been headed up to this moment. This is an ambitious program, and I hope, and thanks for the plenary, all of you, my friends and colleagues, for the support for this process. My last point is to question to Sviatlana, to you. Don't you agree that the place for politicians is in Parliament, not in prison and in exile? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. And now I call Mr. Zingeris. Mr. Zingeris, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President, it's great to congratulate you here. That's a great occasion. Madam Secretary General, sorry for being late to ask you the question about our relations, that means our executive relations with free and fair elected President of Belarus, Madam Tsikhanouskaya, and this cradle of brave people who are representing a government in transition in Vilnius, my country. When I was 34 years ago, we were winning the war against Soviet Union, and we started together. Minsk were together. We remember the time, and sorry that we landed after 34 years of liberation against Soviet communist regime in the moment when you need to be in Vilnius, but we are proud that you are in Vilnius. We are proud with your team. We are proud what you are doing in the world with your appeals. We are not tired to be on your side. So in my presentation, I would like to praise Kimo report. Our key issue related to you, network of your parties. Every party in Greece, Social Democrats, Liberals, Christian Democrats, in Germany, here, Poland, obligated to have connection with your party system. All leaders are in jail. Mr. President, all leaders from all parties are in jail, and they are suffering every day terrible behaviors of Lukashenko KGB. The name, Mr. President, is KGB, like in Soviet time. KGB repressions. Today in the morning was arrested the wife of leader of Social Democratic Party, Statkevich. Madam Statkevich now is in jail. I would like to raise the question where our Social Democrats and our voice from Social Democratic side, to raise today the voice in favor of the wife who now arrested in the most terrible circumstances in jail, and where are our Christian Democrats and liberals to raise the questions about their brother parties there. I'm very glad, Kimo, that you did your scrupulous work. Like a rapporteur of opinion and like a general rapporteur on human rights defendants from a Committee on Legal Affairs, we are just welcome to you by voting in the human rights committees. You're very scrupulously prepared. Thank you for being in touch with President Tsikhanouskaya, with Mr. Vechorka, with colleague Anatoly Lebedko. Anatoly, your son is in prison for 3.5 years. We are all inside of your family. So we are all on side of your brave contribution to Europe. We understand how we should be instrumental here in this House. Thank you for Secretary General and for our executive part for bringing the scrupulous elements, presenting the brave presentation of Free Belarus inside of our building. You have our facilities. You are mentioning your names to be permanently in our meetings. We're trying even to integrate you to Baltic Nordic Group. And I would like to say to you that our Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee did not feel even not need to suggest any amendments for the scrupulous report. I'm sorry, that's happened probably first time. And should also like to mention the excellent event with representative of Belarusian society in Helsinki, dear Kimo, just 2 weeks ago. And this was helpful. Anatoly, thank you for your scrupulous remarks included to the report. We were so glad to present here by Secretary General and by our leadership Václav Havel Prize winners to Ales Beliatsky and Marija Kolesnikova. Belarusian civil society, human rights defenders, independent journalists, and academia is behind you. So we congratulate you now. Of course, I have now one idea that we have the small passports.
But dear Emanuelis, yes. don't express this idea now because we are at least 2 minutes over the time. You know that I like listening to you, your experience and your stories, but we don't have time. We have to be strict on that.
I'm ending, dear Speaker, we're congratulating you again to be elected. With only final remarks, being in Vilnius and having 700 kilometers border with Lukashenko regime, we are suffering the possibility that Lukashenko and Putin will attack the countries who is in neighborhood. That's why, please be carefully listening to our remarks. Well, we are on front line, and we'd like to thank you that we are representative of 8 million Belarusians here. President, proud President, Madam Tsikhanouskaya, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zingeris. Thank you, dear Emanuelis. Dear colleagues, we have the pleasure of having among us today Mrs. Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, leader of the Belarusian democratic opposition, who will make a statement contributing to the substance of the debate. Dear Mrs. Tsikhanouskaya, we can only admire the resilience, courage, and determination of your fellow compatriots and of yourself, people who have been forced into exile by the repression of the Lukashenko regime. 2 weeks ago, at the Helsinki Dialogue, event organized by the Parliamentary Assembly and the Finnish delegation, you declared, "We want to build a Belarus with human rights, pluralism of political opinions, a rule of law and diversity. It's a community of values, and we should start embracing, exercising, and promoting these ideals already today. This is why our close work with the Council of Europe matters so much. Under your leadership, the Belarusian democratic forces have made outstanding progress in coordination and channeling their efforts to promote the right of all Belarusians and to strive for a genuine democratic change in your country. Mrs. Tsikhanouskaya, welcome where you belong, the agora of a unified Europe. It is my pleasure to give you the floor.
So, dear President Theodoras Rousopoulos, dear Secretary General Buric, dear Kimo, dear Manuelis, honorable members of the Assembly, I want to thank you all for your support and your solidarity with Belarusian people. We all came from different countries. We might belong to different parties, but what brings us together here is a commitment to human rights, democracy, and peace. These are the very values that the Council of Europe holds so dearly. Let me congratulate Rapporteur Kimmo Kiljunen and the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy for the brilliant report on the democratic future of Belarus. I hope that every European politician will read this report and will put it into action. Because it's not just about capturing the drastic situation inside the country. It is showing the concrete steps to free Belarus of tyranny and integrate it into European community. And of course, I hope, dear parliamentarians, you will support the resolution today. You know, when we speak about democratic future of Belarus, we speak about the democratic future of the whole Europe. Today, the fate of freedom and democracy is being decided in our region. It is being decided on the battlefields of Ukraine, but also in Belarus. Tyranny is trying to take revenge, enslave our nations, and destroy our values. Tyrants can put people in jail, destroy cities, and blackmail us with nuclear weapons. But they will never, and I repeat, never, stifle the freedom-loving spirit of Belarusian and Ukrainian people. One of these freedom-loving Belarusians was Michał Żniewski. Exactly 10 years ago, he came to support Ukrainians during Euromaidan. He was shot by snipers, one of the first to die for Ukraine's freedom. And like Michał, dozens of Belarusians lost their lives fighting for Ukraine and for a free Belarus. Belarusians understand that by fighting for Ukraine, we are also fighting for our country, for Belarus. And the fates of our countries are intertwined. Without victory of Ukraine, a free Belarus is not possible. And without a free Belarus, there cannot be lasting peace in Europe. Dear friends, this morning started for me with horrifying news of new arrests. The regime carried out mass searches and detentions in the homes of families of political prisoners. Some former political prisoners were also re-arrested. One of those arrested is Marina Adamovich, the wife of Nikolai Statkevich, the leader of Belarusian Social Democrats. He was sentenced to 14 years in prison and has been held incommunicado for 1 year already. Regime detain ordinary citizens just for sending parcels of food and clothing. They arrest them because they support those already behind the bars. And they punish them for sending donations to Ukraine. In Belarus, solidarity is crime. Another woman was detained because the regime found a white, red, white flag in her house. Her house was smashed, but not her spirit. And you know, I can't stop admiring my people who, despite repressions and terror, continue to fight, to resist, and to help each other. The regime didn't manage to turn the page. It didn't manage to convince people to enter the war against Ukraine. And we learned to walk underground. People join initiatives, build communities, and demonstrate their desire for changes. Desire is there, but people need vision, what they're fighting for, what will be after Lukashenko, what constitution will be in our country. Would Belarus move to Europe or remain in the Russian orbit? People need these answers, and we have to give them. We already drafted the constitution and a new election plan. We must make sure that tyranny will never happen again in Belarus. And we must make sure that Belarus will not be given to Putin as consolation prize. Dear friends, we are living in a very dangerous moment in our history. However, this moment also gives Belarus the opportunity to turn the tide and to make our country the part of European family. This time is non-conventional, and non-conventional time needs non-conventional solutions. We need bold leaders and institutions that are able to confront tyrannies. And I believe that the Council of Europe is one of them. Speaking to you here back in 2022, I called for stronger cooperation between the Council of Europe and Democratic Belarus. I said that we need more Council of Europe in the lives of Belarusians and more Belarus in the Council of Europe. And you have heard my call. You invited Belarusian political parties to participate in the Political Committee of Peace. This is the place where our parties can learn from you, share information, and gain experience. We provided Belarusians with their own premises here in the Palace of Europe. And most importantly, you have stopped any cooperation with the illegitimate regime. I applaud Secretary General Marija Buric, her team, and the member states for the decision to launch the contact group with democratic forces and civil society. You know, the creation of this contact group was truly groundbreaking for our movement. It was the first time that Belarus democratic forces formalized relationships with international organizations. And today I heard that the contact group agreed to the 2-year action plan that will integrate Belarus into the work of the Council of Europe. And today I ask you to go further in our cooperation. I propose the Council of Europe to start developing a roadmap for the accession of future democratic Belarus to the Council of Europe. We can outline the steps and reforms required and start working on them now. You have invaluable expertise, and we have invaluable desire to become a part of the Council of Europe. And joining the Council of Europe will be our first step in our path to the European Union. I know it is bold. I know it is ambitious. But I don't know any reason why not start doing this now. When a window of opportunity appears, and it will, we must be prepared to get Belarus out of Russian claws, to rebuild our country, and to restore democratic institutions. And I'm sure that at this critical moment, the Council of Europe and its Assembly will be on our side. Belarus will be a success story. Putin will be defeated. Lukashenko will be defeated. And we will return our country back to Europe, where it historically belongs. Dear friends, I came here today to say that we need you and we need each other. We must continue to lead the fight against tyranny and oppression. And let me assure you, we will not stop. Belarusians will not stop until all political prisoners are released, until every Russian soldier leaves our country, and until we hold trials for crimes against humanity, until we get our country back. This is not an easy fight, but thanks to you, thanks to your passion, thanks to your continuous support, I know that we will win. We are and we will be one family, one European family of values. Thank you.
Mrs. Tsikhanouskaya, leader of the Belarusian Democratic Forces, I want to thank you very much for your statement, which I'm sure has been listened to with keen interest by all the members of this Assembly. Dear colleagues, we now move to the debate. We will first hear from the speakers on behalf of the political groups, and I call first Mr. John Blikra on behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens.
Dear Mr. President, we all see that there are deep political divisions in Belarus between President Lukashenko's regime and large parts of the population. We are deeply concerned to see that any and all forms of opposition are being brutally cracked down on, and that the regime shows no sign of ceasing its policy of repression. Belarus has left its territory and airspace at the disposal of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. It has so far refrained from using its own forces, yet recently signed a treaty with Russia on the deployment of tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus. This reinforces our fears about the situation in Belarus and for the people who live there. Many of those who are critical of the Belarusian regime are carrying out their work in exile. Since she was forced to leave Belarus, Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya has emerged as the leader of the Belarusian opposition from a base in Vilnius. When she visited Oslo in December last year, she told us that anyone who expresses opposition to the war in Ukraine is certain to be arrested. Not only those who are against the regime, but anyone who opposes the war is branded as enemy of the regime. Any Belarusian with a Ukrainian flag in their car or window risks being arrested. The regime is more isolated internationally now than the EU and USA and other Western countries have imposed several rounds of sanctions. Let me be absolutely clear, sanctions work. This is why it's immensely important that individual European countries do not let up on the sanctions on their own. This will only weaken the united pressure on the authorities in Belarus. The condemnation of Belarus and the human rights there is clear, both in the OSCE, European Council and the UN. We often express support for this democratic movement and demand the release of political prisoners in Belarus. And we have to repeat it again and again. I'm deeply concerned about political developments in the country and the high number of political prisoners. We will continue to back other international organizations who are working to promote human rights and democracy in Belarus. We will not cease in demanding that all political prisoners in the country be released.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call next Mr. Paul Gallis.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's my pleasure and honor to speak to this very important report on behalf of our EPP group and with the support of our Luxembourgish delegation, which had the opportunity to develop a strong relationship with the democratic forces of Belarus in the last month. We want to congratulate Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen for his very clear and inspiring report. Personally, I consider him as an ally and colleague in the fight for a free and democratic Belarus. We also greet the presence of Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya and all the representatives of the democratic forces of Belarus. The deep and heartfelt friendship is a sign of our common goal of a free Belarus. Kimmo's report is a huge step forward towards reaching this goal. Let me shortly mention that our two recent reports are totally complementary. While I had last June the honor to make recommendations for the challenges faced by the Belarusians in exile, this report clearly and directly points the problems and catastrophic political conditions inside Belarus. As Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, we stand without any ambiguity for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. All of them are violated by the regime of Lukashenko. It is our duty and strength to challenge the dictatorship and be prepared for a new future of this huge country with its great people and strong culture. I want to highlight 3 points in the report. The first one, the regime of Lukashenko is responsible for its crimes. It's not only another way of political interpretation, no, it is a regime committed against all forms of democracy, such as free and supervised elections, freedom of speech and protection of Belarusian language, culture and identity, which are Belarusian and not Russian. The second point, we have to create an even stronger network around the democratic forces of Belarus, starting by us, by the Council of Europe, by means like the special representatives, the contact group, the parliamentary friendship groups, the dialogue with other international parliamentary assemblies, and by appointing a general rapporteur for a democratic Belarus. And the third point, we will strengthen our support for all the democratic aspirations of Belarusians inside and outside of Belarus. We strongly welcome the plans of the democratic forces to organize democratic elections. We want to give all democratic possibilities and rights to the Belarusians who have fled into our democratic member states, such as identity and travel documents, work permits, access to bank accounts, and many more. It's how democracy makes itself unavoidable and even more desirable. Thank you very much for this report, and thanks a lot for the floor.
I now call Mrs. Pauline Latham from the United Kingdom.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to thank our colleague, Mr. Kiljunen, of Finland for his report. I'm sure the people of the United Kingdom stand with him with the resolutions and recommendations that he's put forth. The United Kingdom has a centuries-old democratic system, and we continue to be a firm supporter of the promotion and upholding of democratic union systems around the world. That's why the plight of the Belarusian democratic system causes us great consternation. Hearing the country's inspirational opposition leader, Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, during our conference in Helsinki a couple of weeks ago, put the problems faced by Belarusians in an entirely new light. She's a strong and inspiring leader, and our respective states should, as Mr. Kiljunen's report expresses, assist the Belarusian democratic forces under her leadership, who have made outstanding progress in coordinating and channeling their efforts to uphold the rights of all Belarusians and to strive for a democratic change in Belarus. One particular plight that struck me during our pre-assembly conference was the extent of political imprisonment under Lukashenko's regime. And when you hear from the relatives of political prisoners, it brings it all so much closer to life. It's not academic. Political imprisonment is anathema to the United Kingdom. We don't lock people up because we disagree with them. Silencing your opponent just shows you are weak and feeble and unable to justify the policies you want to implement. It does not show courage, it shows fear. Belarusians are suffering turmoil, grief and pain under Lukashenko's systematic and widespread repression. And we do not know the whereabouts of several key Belarusian opposition politicians, to take just 3 from Mr. Kiljunen's report. Mr. Viktor Babarika, an opposition presidential candidate during the 2020 presidential election, who was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment of false charges. Mrs. Marija Kaliniškova, a staunch supporter of human rights, was sentenced to 11 years imprisonment on false charges. And Mr. Serhii Tikhanovsky, another opposition candidate to Lukashenko, was also sentenced to 18 years imprisonment on false charges. Knowing these politicians are just 3 of about 1,500 of Lukashenko's political prisoners we should all abhor. But I stand with them in solidarity with their struggle for freedom, truth and justice for their country and themselves. And I join with my colleague, Mr. Kilunen's call upon our Assembly's member states to take steps to hold Lukashenko's regime to account and seek redress for its victims, together with an effort to step up support for Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya and the Belarusian Democrats striving for change.
Thank you, Mrs. Pauline Latham. May I call Mr. Aminas Ladika from Lithuania.
Merci, Mr. President, chers colleagues.
Thank you very much indeed, President, dear colleagues.
Timo, we liberals think that the support to the Belarusian civil society was, is, and will be a moral imperative of foreign policy of all member states of the Council of Europe. As we know, the criminal taking of power by the illegitimate Lukashenko regime since 9 August 2020 resulted in massive internal repression, complicity in the war crimes and the crime of aggression, and rapid erosion of Belarus sovereignty, as well as the destabilization of the region. While Minsk regime cares only about its own survival, it continues to destroy Belarus statehood illegally in contravention to the Belarusian people's will, setting its sovereignty to Russia. While the repressions, breaches of international law, instrumentalization of migration, or other crimes continue, we must go on isolating the criminal and illegitimate Lukashenko regime and intensification the targeted and sectoral sanctions against it. Following the International Criminal Court issuing an arrest warrant for the president of the Russian Federation, a similar scenario involving Lukashenko no longer seems impossible. We liberals believe in the future in democratic, independent and sovereign Belarus, as much as we believe in the victory of Ukraine. Our support to the people of Belarus fighting for their freedom and dignity will remain unwavering. It's necessary to continue supporting Belarusian arts and culture initiatives, thus contributing to the unity and solidarity of the Belarusian society. Special attention should be given to the initiatives aimed for protection of the Belarusian identity, culture and language. At the current historical stage, it is important to hear and see the aspirations of the people of Belarus to create a free, independent, democratic European state, a state that follows the principles of the rule of law, respects its neighbors, and international obligations. I am from Lithuania, and Lithuania will support further an ecosystem that would allow Belarusian civil societies who have found refuge in Lithuania to feel safe and continue the activities in the field of support for civil society and democracy. Protecting our values against aggression and dictatorship, it's our common goal. Therefore, in Lithuania's this year upcoming presidency of the Council of Europe agenda, we have included the priority to take special attention to the support of independent media and civil society of Belarus that is forced to walk in the exile. There are no doubts, Belarus has historical ties with the rest of Europe and shares the heritage of European culture and identity. Belarus is and should remain a part of the European political, cultural and economic space and of European future. Ačiū. Dėkui.
Thank you, Mr. Ladika. May I now call Mr. Andrei Hunko from Germany.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident. Thank you very much, President. Madam Tsikhanouskaya, as a German member of parliament of the Bundestag, over the last 10 years, I have dealt with a number of issues concerning Belarus. I was in an election observation mission in 2015 during the presidential elections in Belarus. And at that time, we had the hope, indeed, that the situation in Belarus, that it would take a democratic direction and course. And as a German, we had a special responsibility. I remember very clearly that Germany was the country that, during the Second World War, that so suffered, Belarus did, under Germany. No country in Europe was more affected than Belarus. And unfortunately, this is something that we have had to deal with and that we take into consideration. In 2020, during the Corona period, I think it was in June of 2020, we asked the Belarusian ambassador to arrange an invitation. They weren't obliged, and they did that. An ad hoc committee was put together, and I was one of the observers then for the elections. Unfortunately, the joint Council of Europe, OSCE, mission couldn't take place because not all of the conditions set by the OSCE could be met, and it was cancelled. Things might have gone differently if we had been there. I think that international observers are extremely important. Now, after these elections in 2020, which were obviously, there was fraud in the course of those elections, and in a brutal fashion, the opposition was suppressed and repressed, and there was a mass reaction with massive sanctions that were implemented against Belarus, and I'm not of the opinion that sanctions always lead in the right direction. But essentially, I feel in this particular instance that these sanctions led to Belarus falling into the hands of Russia. So there was this kind of back and forth policy with Russia, and after these particular sanctions, Belarus indeed became much closer to Russia. What we've seen is political repression since then in Belarus. But I think indeed we have to find some sort of way out of this confrontation situation that exists right now. I don't think there's not enough time now to discuss this, but we have to speak about scenarios that might be plausible. We're now into the 300th year of Immanuel Kant, who was from Kaliningrad, from Königsberg, not very far from Belarus. He spoke 300 years ago about eternal freedom, about the moral aspect that has to be embraced by politicians. And I think indeed we have to look at that, and that ought to serve as an example. Thank you.
Mr. Hunko. I now call in the debate next Ms. Petra Bayer.
Mr. President, there are hundreds of political prisoners in Belarus, and Viktor Barushka is one of these hundreds of political prisoners. He is a businessman in his 30s, and he was convicted to 7 years in prison. What was his crime? His crime was that he went home after a Sunday protest. He walked home after a Sunday protest, and after his detention, he was beaten really badly by riot police, and after that, he had to spend 12 days in a special care, in an intensive care unit in a hospital. There are many MPs who have taken political sponsorships, partnerships for political prisoners in Belarus. I'm one of them, and I took the sponsorship of Viktor Barushka. And there are so many people in Belarus who really criticize their own regime, the Lukashenko regime, and that is very dangerous for them. On the other side, they criticize the regime because of their complicity with the Kremlin. They criticize it because of the war of aggression against Ukraine, and they criticize it because of the stolen Ukrainian children and many more topics. And many Belarusians support Ukraine, support Ukrainian people, and with doing so, they put themselves under risk. They know that they can be detained, that they can be tortured, and that they can even be killed because they are doing so, because they are speaking out for human rights and for freedom of Ukraine. There must be an end for this fake puppet regime, for this fake Lukashenko regime in Belarus. There must be amnesty and freedom for all the political prisoners, and there must be an end of the suppression of Belarusian people who want to have democracy, who fight for their rights, who fight for the rights of others, who do not do anything illegal, who do not commit any criminal acts, who simply stand up for their human rights and the human rights of others. And I'm happy that the Council of Europe will contribute to this fight by supporting human rights defenders in Belarus, but also by contribute to the International Accountability Platform, as the report of Kimo suggests. I think it's one important step, and I agree with Mr. Hunko, many more have to follow, very concrete activity has to follow, but let's take this as one of many steps on a way to a free, democratic, and a Belarus that is built on rule of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Beyer. I now call Mr. Gustav Gothberg from Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me start by saying how great it is to see the true democratic leader of Belarus, Ms. Tsikhanouskaya, once again in this assembly. And we deeply value our cooperation and her work for democracy and freedom and independence in Belarus. And on a more personal note, I'm particularly happy that this, which is my first intervention in this very assembly, is on the subject of democracy in Belarus. The first time I met Madame Tsikhanouskaya was in early October 2020, only a few weeks into her forced exile, and her work since then is very inspiring. As co-chair of the Parliamentary Friendship Group of the Swedish Parliament, I'm also happy to report the not very shocking news that we are still in an unwavering support of her cause from the whole Swedish Parliament. Mr. President, it is with horror that we take note of the recent waves of repression and raids against ordinary people inside Belarus. 2 days ago, almost 150 persons were detained. Most of them are former political prisoners and their families. And it is clear that the Lukashenko harassment will continue, which cannot be tolerated. It is therefore crucial that the Council of Europe must continue to have the developments in and the future of Belarus high on our agenda. This report is paving the way for further actions to denounce the dictatorship of Lukashenko, but also supporting the democratic forces. This is very important, both to the 1,500 political prisoners right now that are being arbitrarily jailed because of their activities for freedom. It is important for their relatives, some of whom are present in this very hemicycle. It is important for those kept in the dark, forced to silence, deprived of their democratic rights. It is important to Europe and to the future of Belarus. Mr. President, I would like to remind also that several steps can be taken outside this very assembly in order to support this cause. The Swedish government announced its new Belarus policy in November last year. The government appointed, for example, an official representative to be the contact person for the Belarusian democratic movement in exile, and I call on other governments to follow. And I note with gratitude also that the report suggests the appointment of a general rapporteur for democratic Belarus. Finally, 2 weeks ago, some of us met, as has been mentioned, in Helsinki to further facilitate the dialogue between this parliamentary assembly and the democratic forces of Belarus. I'm very grateful to Kimmo Kiljunen for hosting us in Helsinki and also for the report that he has been drafting. He has done a tremendous job, and I'll be happy to vote totally in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goffberg. I'd like to call next Ms. Beatrice Timgren from Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Belarus is feel despair and deep sadness, especially when they're talking about their home country. To them, it seems nothing ever gets better in Belarus, only worse. Newspapers repeat the same old official view of the government or president. People only dare to share safe opinions on everyday life. Speaking out political issue is risky. You never know who might overhear and report you. Even participating protest against the government can lead to imprisonment. This deeply affects the people. The family of the protesters can suffer too. In other words, there is no freedom of speech, which is the foundation of democracy. The economy in Belarus does not grow much. It's mostly controlled by the government, and the earnings are only about 8,000 per person per year. Money from other countries is shrinking because of the sanction due to Belarus for being too close to Russia. Mr. Lukashenko has been the leader since 1994, and it looks like that he will be there for the rest of his life. It doesn't seem to be any change. For this to get better, it's also because Mr. Lukashenko often does what Russia wants. Even in the terrible actions on Ukraine, Belarus is used by Russia to launch attack on Ukraine. The government of Belarus is not only oppressing their own people, but it's also a big threat to safety for all Europe. Russia is using Belarus to attack Ukraine and to prepare its soldiers. This serious situation needs our full attention and strong action. It's very important to support the people in Belarus who want democracy. The work of the Council of Europe to help democracy and human rights is critical. We must not forget what is happening in Belarus. Letting the political prisoners who fight for democracy go free is really important for the Council of Europe. I hope we in this assembly can play a major role in supporting these goals and help to bring a positive change to this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Timgren. I now call Mr. Nuno Caravalho from Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me congratulate the rapporteur and, of course, congratulate the leader of the Belarusian Democratic Forces and say that when we look at a country like Belarus, I think that we all need to realize that the way that this country is being led by Lukashenko is actually the will and represents the will of someone like Putin. And that same will, that same desire is the one that he also wanted to impose in Ukraine and also wants to impose in several other European countries. So this report is very, very important regarding not only what happens in Belarus, but also because it unveils the will, the desire of someone like Putin and the threat that he represents for Europe, for all the democratic European countries. So all the efforts that we may make available for all the democratic forces, all the ones that are fighting for democracy in Belarus, is also a fight that is much more alike the one that we can find in Ukraine, because it is a fight that elevates a frontier between democratic Europe and the other forces that Putin represents. So I would just like to leave this debate with a reflection regarding the sanctions that are being imposed in Russia and also in Belarus. And we need to reflect if these sanctions are the ones that are appropriated, are the ones that are correct for a change that needs to happen in Belarus. Because that change may also represent another change in the future for other countries, especially the one that we need to change right now, which is one leader and in one country, which is Putin. That's the one that we need to change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carvalho. I do now call Mr. Riev Kamelachuk from the Ukraine.
Thank you. Dear Chairman, dear colleagues, the democratic future of Belarus is important not only for Belarusians or Belarusians, maybe better sounds, but also for the whole world. We must help the democratic forces of Belarus break the shackles of the Kremlin and preserve its identity and restore true sovereignty. Lukashenko's totalitarian regime took away the right to choose their future from the Belarusian people, but it's not forever. Belarus has the potential to become a modern, democratic, and prosperous country in the heart of Europe. To make this possible, we must support civil society and independent media in Belarus to ensure freedom of speech and information openness. Today, unfortunately, Belarus remains one of the countries where freedom of the press is very limited, where the freedom to learn the native language is very limited. In the eyes of Lukashenko's dictatorial regime, speaking Belarusian is a sign of opposition to it. The unrecognized President Lukashenko should be ashamed of himself for this, but instead he houses Russian Iskander nuclear missiles and is proud of it. The international community has already imposed sanctions against the Belarusian regime and provides support to Belarusian activists and the opposition. The international community should continue to put pressure on the Lukashenko's regime, demanding that it respect human rights and hold elections according to international standards. Solidarity and support from the international community will help the people of Belarus to return to democracy and once again experience freedom of will, choice, development, and Belarusian identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamelchuk. I now call Anna, excuse my pronunciation, Sildelzi from Georgia. Anna.
Thank you. First of all, I want to express my deepest respect to the Belarusian people, and especially to Sviatlana. I know how difficult is this struggle. I know how painful is this struggle. Sometimes it seems there is no hope, but you should know you are a hero. Not only Belarusian people, but all of them who believes democracy. After Russian aggression to Ukraine, democracy has become even more important. And it's so disheartening to witness the decline of democracy in our region, and Belarus stands at the forefront of this challenge. As we discuss about the democratic future of Belarus, we cannot ignore political prisoner of Georgia, third president of Georgia, man who did a lot for the democratic development of Georgia and for European integration. His name is Mikhail Saakashvili. He is now in prison, jailed by pro-Russian oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili, and pro-Russian government of Georgia. He is the man who firstly opposed the Putin in 2008 during the Russian-Georgian war. And despite the fact that Georgia received candidate status under the conditions of the Russian oligarchy system and under the conditions pro-Russian government of Georgia, Georgia's European integration and democratic development are under threats. And in this challenging time for Europe, for Belarus, for Ukraine, for Georgia, it's so crucial to stand together. If we will stand together, we will win. Democracy will win. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call now on Mr. Kiljan to reply to the debate. Mr. Kiljan, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. President, colleagues, thank you very much for your remarks. Very important contributions from all of you. Sviatlana, excellent speech, excellent, profound speech. You were not only looking back, you were looking forward. You said very clearly that the destiny of Ukraine and Belarus are intertwined. You clearly said that without Ukraine winning, you cannot actually build up democratic society. But you also said very clearly, without democratic, sovereign Belarus, there will not be a peace in Europe. Actually, I would like to say one step further. Your democratization process, your Europeanization process in Ukraine and Belarus will help also Russian people to change their society. And that obviously is a crucial thing also for all of us to recognize. You were right when you're saying we will win with the common values. Why? Because every people, every citizen, every human like obviously our values. Every human like that human rights are respected in every society. Every people like democracy, people's power, and every human like that his rights are respected. That's why, in terms of history, we are working in a winning side. That's an inevitable process, and our organization is important for that one. You also stressed that please, here in Council of Europe, build up a roadmap for further supporting Belarusians to be integrated into European institutions and structures, obviously, first step in our organization, Council of Europe. And I can say you something more. Actually, yes, we are helping and we try to contribute for the roadmap, but we have already built a road. We have taken in 1 year's time major steps in helping the processes what we are speaking, and obviously the report which we are now hopefully unanimously agreeing here is one step further on that road building what we are doing. I can take several examples, but I take only one example my good friend Emanuelis mentioned, that we try to integrate your delegation, coming delegation, your politicians here in our assembly, part of our political groups, not only political committee works, but political groups, and even sub-regional group. And we decided already in our Nordic-Baltic NB8 group, welcoming you to participate in our work. That's one interesting example only that how we can help collaborate further and deepen our cooperation. Mr. President, I'm pretty sure that we will win because, as I said, we have a common values, human rights, democracy and rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kiljan, for your passionate speech. May I now call to the floor the Chair of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy, Mr. Bayo. Would you like to take the floor, please? You have 3 minutes.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, President. I'm going to take the floor on behalf of the committee. Now we're concluding this very instructive debate on a democratic future for Belarus. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for the discussions held today. Our commitment to a democratic future for the people of Belarus has been unequivocal, unwavering and enduring. I'd warmly like to thank Mrs. Tsikhanouskaya for her renewed presence with us today. I'd like to commend her work. I'd like to commend that of the democratic forces of Belarus and their bravery in the face of brutal and inhuman repression. I also welcome the proposal set out in the resolution, which was unanimously supported by the members of the Political Affairs and Democracy Committee. They strengthen and underline our unequivocal support for the democratic forces in Belarus. My thanks and gratitude also go to our rapporteur, Kimmo Kiljunen, for his tireless work in preparing a comprehensive report that has been at the heart of our discussions. And I noted this, in fact, when I was a parliamentarian within the Council of Europe as well. In addition to our gratitude, however, we must not ignore the seriousness of the subject before us. I'd like to remind you that following the fraudulent elections of 2020, more than 50,000 people were unlawfully detained for political reasons. I'd like to reiterate the Assembly's firm condemnation of this repression, and we demand the immediate, let me underline this word, the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners. Furthermore, the Lukashenko regime's involvement in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the forced landing, as our rapporteur reminds us of a Ryanair civilian airliner, and the weaponization of migration flows have shown that the Lukashenko regime also represents a threat to international peace and security. In order to honor its obligations under international law, the Lukashenko regime's actions must cease. To conclude, I'd like once again to express my gratitude to Ms. Tsikhanouskaya and Mr. Kiljunen, and I'd like to urge everyone present here to support the resolution that embodies our shared vision of a democratic future for Belarus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyu. The debate is now closed. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft resolution and a draft recommendation. 12 amendments have been tabled to the resolution and no amendments were tabled to the draft recommendation. We will consider the draft resolution and then the draft recommendation. I understand the chairperson of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1, 11, 12, 4, 5, 6 and 7 to the draft resolution, which was unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Although amendments 2 and 3 were also unanimously approved by the committee, they are consequential on Amendment 9, so we will consider them individually. Is that so, Mr. Boyd?
C'est tout à fait ça, Monsieur.
Yes, it is indeed that, President, exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Does anyone object? If so, please ask the floor by raising your hand. As there are no objections, I declare that amendments 1, 11, 12, 4, 5, 6 and 7 to the draft resolution have been agreed. I understand the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy also wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 8 and 10 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with a two-thirds majority, be declared as rejected. Amendment 9 was also rejected by the committee with a two-thirds majority. But as it is consequential on Amendment 2 and 3, we will consider it individually. Is that so, Mr. Booth?
Oui, tout à fait.
Yes, indeed, President. It's very clear, exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. If no one objects, I will consider these amendments to be rejected. Is there any objection? Amendments 8 and 10 to the draft resolution are therefore rejected and will not be called. Page 12. I call Mr. Yuri Kamelchuk to support Amendment 9. You have 30 seconds.
Yes. Okay. The amendment number 9. In the draft resolution, we propose to replace paragraph 5 with the following paragraph. In a situation where freedom of speech, assembly, and association are curtailed, opposition political parties are dissolved, and their leaders and members are persecuted, freedom of the media is not respected, not credible domestic and international electoral observation is allowed, and there is no redress against this violation, there cannot be free and fair election. The Assembly therefore regards the parliamentary election to be held by the Lukashenko regime in February 2024 as another travesty of democracy, allowing the authorities to perpetuate the grip on power despite the real will of the Belarusian people, and announces that it will not recognize the results.
Thank you, Mr. Mikhailchuk. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? No. The committee rejected the amendment to a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. That's very clever, isn't it? The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 9. It is rejected because there is no majority. It is rejected because there is no majority. I call Mr. Kimo Kalujan to support Amendment 2. You have 30 seconds. Thank you. Mr. Kalujan.
Now I'm actually a bit confused what is the number 2, sorry to say openly, because we principally agreed with all together and we are in favor. But now the question is that I can't actually even see what is the amendment number 2. And in the last point also, when there was a question, should somebody be against, you didn't ask what the rapporteur's opinion was there, because obviously I could explain why the 2/3 majority was against for the number 9 point. But now I don't see actually number 2, what it is, the content.
Can you read? Ask him to read.
Yeah, could you read it?
Could you read, please?
I don't have the papers. It's very clear here that actually number 2 and 3 are in the same item like the number 9. And when the committee rejected the number 9, we already agreed the number 2 and number 3. So it's the same issue. That's why it's a confusing thing because we have already agreed on that as a whole.
It's duplicated.
Yeah, it duplicates it.
It's duplication.
No.
Amendment 2 and 3 has been moved. Does anyone wish to speak against it? Just Amendment 2. Amendment 2 is agreed. No, sorry. The committee unanimously approved this amendment. I shall now put to the vote the amendment to the vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. Amendment 2 is agreed. I call Mr. Kimmo Kulijan to support Amendment 3. You have 30 seconds.
One moment.
Same point that we already agreed unanimously, number 3, and that's already by the committee is being agreed unanimously.
Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? The committee unanimously approved this amendment. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. And Amendment 3 is now agreed. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in the document 15892 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The vote is now adopted. We will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15892. A two-thirds majority is required. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. The draft recommendation document is now adopted.
Je vous propose de prendre place.
Can I ask you to take your seats, please? Colleagues, we now come to the joint debate. We're going to be hearing, first of all, from the presentation of the report, Countering Slaps, an Imperative for a Democratic Society. Stefan Shanak will present this to us on behalf of the Committee for Culture, Science and Media. It's document 15869. And there's an opinion from the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee, which will be presented by the chair of that committee, Lord Richard Keane. That's document 15879. Then we'll be hearing from Morgan Jensen on behalf of the Culture, Science and Media Committee. We'll be presenting the report on guaranteeing media freedom and the safety of journalists and obligation of member states. That's document 15891. We need to have finished with the examination of the text, including voting, by 8 o'clock. So I will be interrupting the list of speakers at around about 7:40 p.m. to hear from the committees and to vote on the reports. Can I remind the speakers that they have, for the date, they have 7 minutes each and 3 minutes to reply to the speakers after the end of the general debate. Let me now, first of all, give the floor to Stefan Shanak, the rapporteur on behalf of the Culture, Science and Education and Media Committee. Mr. Rapporteur, you have 7 minutes in total.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Dear colleagues, the joint debate we are now starting concerns two complementary reports which deal with serious threats to media freedom in Europe. My colleague Morgan Jensen has captured the essence of his report by pointing to the positive obligation which member states have to safeguard media freedom and the safety of journalism. In my report, I am insisting on the danger that strategic lawsuits against public participation, commonly referred as SLAPs, represent for the foundations and our societies. Let me remind you what we are talking about SLAPs. SLAPs are a manipulation of judicial system. They undermine its inherent productive role by misusing it and weaponizing it to curtail freedom of expression on issues of public interest, which is a precondition of any democratic process. SLAPs threaten people's right to know and their information, democratic participation in public debates. SLAPs do not affect only journalism, but also peaceful protests or boycotts, advocacy, human rights houses, whistleblowing, academic comments, or simply anyone speaking out against the abuse of power. This is why countering SLAPs is an imperative for a democratic society. To give you an idea of the extent of this phenomenon, I will just share a few figures according to the Case Coalition against SLAPs in Europe. 820 SLAPs cases were identified in 2023 in 35 European countries. The median value of damages claimed was 15,000 euros. In many European countries, this amount is higher than the annual salary of a journalist, for example. During the preparatory work conducted within our Committee on Culture and Media, all the analyses by the experts and testimonies of victims of SLAPs reinforced my conviction that we are dealing with a key complex issue which has been underestimated until recently and is now emerging with a tremendous impact on journalism and media, but also on many other actors in public participation. Today, all of them have high expectation of the outcome of our work, and I do hope that we will not disappoint them. A first obstacle to overcome if we want to counter SLAPs effectively is to give a proper definition. At present, the absence of a common definition of SLAPs in the national laws is for those who initiate them a guarantee of their impunity. The draft resolution, which we have submitted for your consideration, proposes one initial definition and refers SLAPs as abusive litigation and legal tactic designed to prevent, hinder or sanction public participation. To develop this further, the draft resolution also identifies two traits of SLAPs which recapture the double treat that SLAPs represent on one hand to public participation and media freedom, and on the other hand to the proper operation of the judicial guarantee which our states have put in place to safeguard and enforce citizens' rights. We, the parliamentarians of Council of Europe member states, should mobilize our own legislature for it to ensure robust procedural protection against SLAPs to all their victims. The report and the draft resolution point to a series of measures. Among them, I will highlight in particular 4 lines of action which I consider indispensable if we want to succeed in stopping SLAPs. First, establishment a procedure for early dismissal of SLAPs. This should be one of the pillars of our response to this threat. The law should clearly indicate what the prerequisites are for deciding such an early dismissal. To me, there are 2 of them. First, the legal action in question should treat public participation. To say it differently, the legal action should undermine freedom of expression on the issue of public interest. If this is the case, the second precondition for an early dismissal would be the existence of sufficient elements for the courts to judge that the litigation is an abusive nature or it's manifestly ill-founded. We do know that we initiated a SLAP. The claimant's intention is that it should be as long as possible because this is one of the chilling factors to our response should be to avoid this. Second, where the abusive nature of the claimant's action is established, the defendant should be awarded timely and full compensation of damages, including non-patrimonial damages. This includes also the psychological impact. Third, a court should have the power to impose punitive damages for a fined claimant. But last but not least, we need to ensure legal and financial assistance for the defense, also in the psychological support where the defense is a natural person. The good thing is, at the moment, the European Union, the Council and the Parliament agreed to make a directive against the SLAPs. The Council of Europe ministers also decided with the experts steering committee to do that, and we are doing also. And it's so important that Council of Europe is doing that, because in our part is the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom is normally the paradise for Slavs. And then I hope with this common strategy in Europe we can really fight against this limited of democracy and limited of information. Thank you so very much.
Merci, monsieur. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Shenach. You stuck to your tradition of being a very long speaker. I would now like to give the floor to Lord Richard Keane, who's going to present the opinion of the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights was requested to provide an opinion on the report Countering Slaps, an Imperative for a Democratic Society. Unfortunately, the rapporteur for opinion, Mr. Davor Stier, is unable to be present. He asked me to speak on his behalf in my capacity as the chair of the committee. The rapporteur, Mr. Stier, would like to congratulate Mr. Shenach, as would I, and the Culture Committee for what is an excellent report. It is timely and highly comprehensive. We're particularly grateful for the report's thorough analysis of the work of a wide variety of actors who are engaging on this issue, including national governments, the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights, NGOs, and some journalist associations. The report demonstrates that slaps are used widely in Europe to target journalism, advocacy, communication, and other forms of free speech, and that slaps threaten to stifle the public debate, which is essential for the proper functioning of a free society. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, which unanimously adopted its opinion, is in full agreement with the report's conclusion that there are inadequate legal protections for the targets of slaps, leaving a large range of actors vulnerable to their obvious stifling effect. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights is also very much in a position to welcome the contents of the draft resolution, which urges member states to enact a range of anti-slap measures, as well as the draft recommendation, which urges the Committee of Ministers to adopt a strong recommendation on countering slaps. The committee only proposed some amendments on the draft resolution with the aim of further strengthening it. On behalf of the rapporteur, I would like to thank Mr. Shenach and the Culture Committee for its engagement with these amendments. I would like to conclude by once again congratulating the rapporteur and the Culture Committee. The report provides a thorough assessment of why slaps are such a threat to freedom of speech. It is high time that Europe addressed this problem. The resolution and recommendation are an important contribution to this. Thank you.
Merci, Lord. Thank you very much indeed, Lord Keane. I'd now like to give the floor to Mr. Mogens Jensen, the rapporteur on behalf of the Culture, Science, Education and Media Committee, for his report entitled Guaranteeing Media Freedom and the Safety of Journalists, an Obligation of Member States. You have the floor, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, following more than 1 year of discussion, exchanges of views with partners and experts and preparation in the Culture Committee, and after the adoption of the Culture Committee on the 4th of December of my report, we now reach the last step with this debate in plenary. It also marks the end of my 2 years term as a PACE rapporteur on media freedom and safety of journalists. The title of my report clearly refers to the obligation to all member states to guarantee media freedom, and our assembly constantly reminds them that media freedom and safety of journalists are a cornerstone of true democracy, and no system can claim to be truly democratic without free and pluralistic media. But quite sadly, State authorities and political forces in power are in many cases the sources of threats to media freedom and safety of journalists. Report after report, we are forced to acknowledge that drawbacks at the media ecosystems of European states are not corrected. Even worse, the actual situation of media freedom in Europe is worsening. Surveys and analyses from partner organizations, as well as statistical data on threats to media operators and journalists, point to negative trends. At the end of November 2023, 68 journalists and media professionals were detained in 5 member states of the Council of Europe. If we add Belarus and the Russian Federation, 125 journalists were jailed across the continent as we opened our part session this Monday. I'm also appalled by the fact that some killings of journalists are still unresolved, or that we see lack of political will to carry out proper investigations. And we cannot accept this impunity. Some cases which are referred to in my report are more recent. Others date back several years. But it's never too late to bring killers of journalists to justice, and I hope that the justice will be achieved in all cases mentioned in the report. Dear colleagues, murders of journalists are unfortunately only the tip of the iceberg. In my report, I identify 4 main trends of threats against media and journalists in Europe. First, figures on threats to women journalists are quite alarming. Around 3/4 of women journalists and media workers were victims of verbal aggression and psychological violence. 1/3 of them practiced self-censorship on social networks to avoid online violence. We must take this very, very seriously and put an end to the targeted harassment of women who take risks to inform us. Second, legal harassment of journalists is increasing. It can take many forms, such as abuse of administrative or criminal penalties, house arrest or detention, accusations of tax offences and allegations of possession of drugs, incitement of hatred or blasphemy, breaches of curfews, hooliganism, involvement with organizations deemed hostile to the authorities, breaches of laws on public gatherings and public order, and extremism or terrorism. Whatever form it takes, the threat has the same objective: intimidate, detain, and reduce journalists to silence. Third, there is a clear backsliding on the independence of public service media, governance and financing. Public service media are under pressure and have suffered significant falls in levels of trust in recent years. Their missions are not adequately funded, and the procedures for the appointment and dismissal of their managers are not transparent enough and do not preserve their independence. In time of disinformation and media consumption on social media, we need public service media nationally, but also at local level, to make sure that information is not biased by commercial or political interests. Fourth, I will stress media capture, the phenomenon whereby persons in power take direct or indirect control over journalist content without using force, has amplified in recent years in Europe. Concretely, it includes control over public service broadcasters, instrumentalization of media regulatory bodies and political appointees, distortion of the media market in favor of pro-government media, and the creation of a circle of loyal business people to control private media in the government's interest. We need robust regulations to counter this phenomenon. Finally, I want to remind you that Russia's war aggression against Ukraine brought the risks for journalists to a new level. In 2023, around 12,000 journalists have been accredited by the Ukrainian authorities. Unfortunately, 12 of them were killed in 2023 and 3 more in 2022 and 3 more in 2023. The Russian aggressors have destroyed communication and media infrastructures, and in the Russian-occupied territories, the internet is being diverted towards Russian installations and is therefore subjected to propaganda and censorship. This level of destruction has no equivalent in recent European history, and it means to silence the media and to stop the public from being informed in an independent manner. Dear colleagues, the draft resolution we discussed today reflects this situation. It expresses concerns, in particular on specific issues, such as the high level of harassment targeting journalists in Azerbaijan, the expanding phenomenon of media capture in Hungary and Serbia, and the alarming number of journalists detained in Turkey. Today, we have together to take a strong stand and prompt concrete action by all European countries. The resolution, which I hope that you will back today, is in essence actually a constructive call on our countries to engage in the campaign of the Council of Europe for the safety of journalists, launched in October last year. All our countries should take active part in this campaign by designing and implementing national action plans for the safety of journalists and by reviewing the legal and institutional frameworks, removing or correcting norms which are used as weapons against freedom of expression and media freedom. As of today, 32 member states have nominated their focal points for their national campaign on the safety of journalists, and this is a very promising start. But I hope during this year all member states will designate their focal point and adopt their national action plans, and you can help to do so. I will conclude by saying that the problems faced by media and journalists in Europe are the symptoms of a much deeper sickness. Threats to media freedom are signals of the crisis of our democracies, where the rule of law is challenged by movements or individuals who want to impose their views by all means, including physical violence, economic domination, and legal harassment. And we definitely have an obligation to change this. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you very much to the rapporteur. And now we shall move on to the general discussion. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Let's start with the speakers on behalf of political groups. I call first for the EPP, Mrs. Karin Brouwers from Belgium.
Among the most important pillars of a true democracy are media freedom and thus a safe environment for journalists to do their job, especially female journalists. As Thomas Jefferson said, the only security of all is in a free press. Today we will vote these reports, these resolutions and recommendations at the right time in this important year with many elections all over the planet. Unfortunately, we see more and more trends that endanger a healthy media ecosystem. Social media and digitalization have become disruptive factors, but there are more. The financing of public media services as well of commercial media has come under pressure. The first victims are those non-commercial media outlets and media that are the expression of local perspectives or of cultural diversity. We see further and excessive media concentration, especially rural communities are at risk of becoming local media deserts where citizens do not receive independent and pluralistic information. This is why I asked for a specific report on media concentration in our committee meeting in Vilnius in 2022. And so I'm delighted this important topic will be further examined by this Assembly in the near future. The current Belgian EU presidency with Minister Benjamin Dalle will work to get the Media Freedom Act passed at EU level. The transparency of ownership of media companies is one of the key elements in this proposed act. Concerning the safety of journalists, I want to stress that in October 2022, the Belgian region of Flanders followed the good practice of the Dutch Pers Veilig. I urge other member states to establish a similar website and agreement between the media sector, the police, and the prosecutor's office. Lastly, of course, I support the interesting report and resolution on the increasing phenomenon of slaps, another worrying threat to democracy across Europe. The different recommendations to tackle these lawsuits are of a wider importance as all individuals that raise issues of public interest are under threat. Not only journalists, activists, people of NGOs, trade unions and other groups. Since instances of slaps are growing and endanger our democratic society on a broad basis, we demand that our governments and national parliaments take all measures necessary to protect people from slaps. And on behalf of the EPP group, I want, of course, to thank the rapporteurs and express our support on the draft resolutions and recommendations. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Broos. And now, on behalf of the European Conservatives, I call Mrs. Ika Sepashvili.
Thank you. Let me take a speech and say some words about the report about countering slaps, an imperative for a democratic society. First of all, let me congratulate reporter Mr. Shena about this report, which addresses very important issue for nowadays, which democracies face in our current reality. It's a strategic lawsuits against public participation. Of course, it is very important and very crucial to identify such cases and support media freedom and freedom of expression from the public society representative, from media, from activists, and so on. But on the other hand, we should be very cautious and very careful in order not to make mistake in such approaches. I mean that when we are speaking about slap cases, the evidences, the facts and arguments should be sound and clear in order not to harm policymakers or public servants or decision makers when they are performing their task, and not to impede efficient work of them. Of course, the fact that person is media or civil society representative or an activist do not give them right to manipulate or fabricate disinformation. Sometimes they are creating false perception among population and among voters, and this is harmful to the reputation of the person, which is very hard to restore such kind of reputation. So we should be very careful when identify the cases of slaps. In this regard, we should remember that human rights are universal rights, and we should exercise such rights to everybody amongst them when we are speaking and when we are identifying the cases of slaps. So overall, we must, of course, execute and combat against slap cases, but always remember that public servants, decision makers, or policymakers have their rights, and such kind of evidences should be sound, and the rule of law should be maintained in every case. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame. Je donne...
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sipashvili. Now, on behalf of the ALDE group, I call Mrs. Yevgenia Kravchuk.
Excusez-moi.
I do apologize, Madam. Kravchuk.
At first, dear colleagues and dear rapporteurs, I'd like to thank you for your work and also for these rich discussions that we had in the committee and the exchanges of views all last year. Mr. Shanach, I'd like to thank you first for the topical issue that you have raised. SLAPs are one of the biggest threats to media pluralism and freedom of speech. They often used by powerful individuals, organizations to intimidate and silence critics, including journalists and activists, who speak out on matters of public interest. Individuals may self-censor to avoid the risk of being sued. Our task is to prevent the fundamental principles of journalism and democracy from being undermined. I strongly advocate for a respective resolution and urge those present to support it. Mr. Jensen, now let me thank you for the timely report. Of course, media freedom and safety of journalists are the vital in any democratic society, and we should not take it for granted because we see the backsliding in many democratic countries. In times of war, the vital importance is even more obvious as it comes to an issue of documentation of war crimes and facts which will form the basis for restoration of justice. The example of Russia demonstrates how media capture, legal harassment, and smear campaigns against journalists, disinformation, and aggressive propaganda can be used for curtailment of democracy inside the country and gaining the support of aggression and justifying this aggression directed to outside, for example, to Ukraine. Russia used murder, kidnapping, and torture of journalists as a method of intimidation to prevent the spread of truth about the war. Despite serious threats, Ukrainian journalists and many of their foreign colleagues have shown incredible courage and dedication in documenting war crimes to inform the world about genocidal violence Russia against Ukraine. You mentioned those who were killed in this war, and some of them were my friends. I knew them personally. I'm a journalist myself, so it's not just a mere statistics in the paper. And these casualties are irreparable loss for the media community. Sitting here in this nice warm hemicycle in the heart of Europe, we should keep in mind that journalists are reporting the biggest war since Second World War right now, and they put their lives at a grave risk to keep us all informed. I would like to express my gratitude for the attention to Ukrainian context and urging the member states to provide targeted support to Ukrainian media and journalists from Ukraine, which is reflected in the draft resolution. Also, I fully support the provisions on improvement of the legislative framework, enforcement of Council of Europe standards concerning the right of freedom of expression, media freedom, and the safety of journalists. I urge you all to support this resolution and join the campaign for the safety of journalists for acting more effectively all together. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kravchuk. You see, I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better, I hope. Next speaker on behalf of the UEL is Ms. Stambach-Ternoir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. On behalf of my group, I would like to start by congratulating the rapporteurs for the quality and importance of their work. Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights enshrines the right to freedom of expression. We can all see this right is now under attack. The number of alerts lodged with the Council of Europe platform for the protection of journalism has more than doubled in 8 years. The Coalition Against Slaps in Europe has registered an increase of more than 43.5% of the number of slaps since 2010, and no country escapes that trend. Behind these figures, we find individuals, human beings, who are threatened, who live in fear, who are deprived of their fundamental rights and the right to inform us. Dear colleagues, these two reports should act as a warning bell here in this Assembly. For some years now, we've seen more and more conflicts around us, and as we often hear, the first victim of war is truth. Journalists and independent media become targets. Instability provoked by this current geopolitical context also act as an alibi for certain governments to limit fundamental freedoms. In Turkey, for example, journalists, politicians and lawyers are regularly locked up to make them shut up. In 2023, 132 journalists were in detention in Europe. We should spare a thought for Julian Assange, who's been locked up for almost 5 years in a high-security jail in the United Kingdom, threatened with extradition to the United States, which, according to the Human Rights Commissioner, would have a very dissuasive effect on media freedom. We are also reaching record levels of inequality in the world and Europe. According to the NGO Oxfam, the 10 richest men in the world now own more wealth than 3.1 billion people. These people have enormous power. According to Mr. Shenek's report, the first people the main producer of these slaps are private companies. For example, you mentioned the name Bolloré, a billionaire, multi-billionaire, who leads an industrial group with the same name, has carried out 20 slaps against his opponents. Typically, the Bolloré is a symbol of financial intervention in the public debate in France. There are 9 billionaires, including Mr. Bolloré, who own 90% of the media, which has a direct influence on editorial lines and self-censorship of journalists. Slaps and threats, whether they come from the authorities or economic and financial actors, all have the same objective: to intimidate and silence those who want to elucidate questions of public interest. We have to act. Your 2 reports, sir, underline the lack of respect of judgments in the European Court of Human Rights. This is unacceptable. Member States have to ensure their full execution. We should work to avoid concentration of media, to guarantee pluralist information, the possibility of independent media in our countries. We also have to attack corruption in the media and in the judiciary. Member States of the Council of Europe should harmonise their standards, protecting the right to a fair trial and freedom of expression, so as to ensure that powerful and malicious individuals can't play off different legislations. Finally, we hope that the new Commissioner on Human Rights will place the question of freedom of the press at the very top of his list of priorities and work closely with the other institutions of the Council of Europe to make progress. Colleagues, we have to make the most of this resolution to act in our own parliaments. As the Rapporteur Jensen said, the freedom of the media is a public good. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Stambach. And now, on behalf of the Socialist Group, Mr. Christopher Lindberg.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable members. It is about democracy, and I want to express my gratitude to both rapporteurs who, through these reports, put our attention to a fundamental pillar of our democratic society: media freedom and the safety of journalists and civil society. The media and civil society actors serve as guardians for the democracy. Journalists, in particular, have a certain role in monitoring and reporting on various institutions, including the government and other authorities. Journalists have the tasks of scrutinizing and exposing irregularities or abuses of power, which is fundamental to maintaining accountability and the rule of law. This mission can only be carried out through free media and independent journalists. As highlighted in the report, we all know the alternatives if this crucial pillar isn't allowed to work: disinformation, propaganda, and the distorted perception of reality, something we unfortunately see in certain places here in Europe. The situation for media freedom in Europe is declining. Crimes against journalists, including harassment, illegal detention, violence, and even murder, are clear examples. Other examples are those highlighted in the report on countering slaps, which concerns the entire civil society. For instance, activists and whistleblowers are, through slaps, intimidated, harassed, and silenced. Mr. President, when it comes to detention, the case of Julian Assange, publisher of WikiLeaks, who is pending extradition to the United States accused of espionage, should be considered in accordance with the Assembly's Resolution 2317. As we can read in the report, the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe also has expressed concerns about the allegations against Mr. Assange. All member states have an obligation to stand behind media freedom, not only in theory, but in practice, as well as prevent the occurrences of slaps. Member states therefore must act forcefully against threats and hatred directed at journalists and other civil society actors to safeguard democracy and people's right to information. We can only admit that it is a significant failure, that we need to discuss this within Europe. We can do better, and it is our collective duty to protect and preserve the values that form the foundation of our democracy within Europe. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindberg. The next speaker on my list is Mr. Yunus Emre from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to start my speech by extending my appreciation to the rapporteurs of the reports currently under discussion. As highlighted in the report on the SLAP lawsuits have evolved into a global concern that demands attention, not only in Europe, but worldwide, to safeguard the principles of a functioning democracy, freedom of expression, and the people's right to access information. In democratic societies, neither economic power nor political influence should give anyone an advantage over the truth. Particularly in matters of public interest, those who take risks and speak out, including journalists, activists, and academics, should feel legally secure. The rising number of SLAPs has resulted in self-censorship, political polarization in public life, which is detrimental to people's right to access accurate information. When we consider the distortions in the principles of freedom of expression, rule of law, and democracy, these lawsuits result in significant losses for the defendants in terms of time, money, and other resources. This underscores the imperative of establishing legal obligations at the Council of Europe level. It is worth noting that a number of states in the USA have implemented legislative regulations against SLAPs. For instance, in California, a person who believes they have been subjected to a SLAP lawsuit has the right to request the dismissal of the case within 60 days. This example is significant in preventing the time loss associated with prolonged legal proceedings. Moreover, efforts have been made within the European Union to enact legislation addressing SLAP lawsuits. While precautions against SLAP lawsuits may be susceptible to abuse, the key to preventing such abuse lies in guaranteeing the right to a fair trial. It is crucial that these precautions do not obstruct access to justice for those with legitimate claims. In conclusion, we must not lose sight of the fact that SLAPs are increasingly posing serious risks to freedom of expression and democracy. And there are extensive social interests at stake that require careful consideration. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emre. Now I'm going to try very hard. Ms. Arusyak Yulka Hakyan from Armenia, please.
Dear colleagues, as Council of Europe member states, we have committed ourselves to upholding the principles of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. One fundamental aspect of these principles is the protection and promotion of freedom of expression as the cornerstone of democracy. It is not just a privilege, but a right enshrined in the European Convention on Human Rights, reflecting our shared commitment to a free and open society. In an era where information is a powerful force, we must recognize the pivotal role that journalists play in preserving the foundations of our societies. Their work is supposed to be not only a beacon of truth, but also a check on power, a guardian of democracy, and a voice for the voiceless. The safety of journalists is not just a matter of individual rights, but a collective responsibility. Member states must enact and enforce laws that safeguard journalists, investigate and prosecute those who threaten or harm them, and create an atmosphere that encourages a vibrant and diverse media landscape. A free press is essential for a flourishing democracy, and its protection is incumbent upon each and every of us. From this aspect, one of the crucial steps to be taken is the decriminalization of insult and defamation by all the member states. It's weird to have defamation as criminal offense in the 21st century while being a part of a democratic world. But here, not only good laws and regulations are important, but also the judicial practice. Let me bring the Armenian example. When we decriminalized insult and defamation in 2010, this became another tool for the political and business elite to financially oppress the journalists and media outlets. As the courts during the first period after the decriminalization used to impose the highest fines on media outlets and journalists as compensation for insult and defamation, thus making them to close down. Fortunately, shortly we received judgments from the Constitutional and Cassation Courts of Armenia, which significantly contributed to regulation of the judicial practice and explained how the civil code provisions concerning the compensations for insult and defamation should be interpreted by the judges. Dear colleagues, safeguarding media freedom and ensuring the safety of journalists is not just an obligation. It is a cornerstone of our shared commitment to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law within the Council of Europe. So let us stand together, resolute in our determination to protect those who hold power accountable and who contribute to the flourishing of our democratic societies. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. J'appelle maintenant.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Yulhakian. And now I call Mr. Muncaciu, Romania.
Monsieur Muncaciu.
One more time, Mr. Muncaciu. Or if not, then we move on to the next speaker, Mrs. Sona Gazarian, Armenia.
Dear colleagues, recently, there has been an increased focus on reports regarding the decline of democracy within member states. Instances such as restriction on freedom of speech and periodic arrest and imprisonment of journalists are indicative of democratic backsliding. These two reports have been discussed both in Paris and Strasbourg, and I commend the reporters for their very well-penned reports and insightful information. In both committee meeting and in today's discussion, my thoughts were centered on how our organization, which stands for human rights, can effectively safeguard democracy, as we all understand that democracy serves as a defender and guarantor of a freedom of expression and guarantees the ability of journalists to conduct their professional duties. As a representative of a legislative power, we face numerous challenges when addressing initiatives related to the freedom of speech. It is worth mentioning that initiatives driven by positive motives can sometimes result in negative consequences, underscoring the delicate balance required. I completely agree with the reporters that definitions must be very clear so that it doesn't depend on a person. I find myself pondering whether conventional education equips individuals to confront contemporary challenges. Does it fail? Do graduates possess sufficient media literacy to differentiate fake news from real? It prompts reflection on potential shortcomings, both within our parliamentary assembly and at the national level. It is crystal clear that education is the only way to preserve democracy, and we need also to concentrate on reports on positive cases of such member states where through the education they managed to prepare its citizens to the new challenges. Even though surveys and analysis from partner organizations point negative trends among member states, there are still success stories. As a delegate from Armenia, I am proud to say that Armenia improved its position in 2023 World Press Freedom Index, published by the Reporters Without Borders International Organization. This year, Armenia is ranked 49th among 180 countries. Last year, it was 51st and 63rd, respectively. The 2018 Velvet Revolution made us be proud of reforms which brought us, Armenia, closer to the Council of Europe freedom of expression standards. Particularly independent online media outlets have demonstrated their ability to serve the democratic function of the media. In summary, the scrutiny of decline of democracy underscores the need for a very serious protection of democratic values. The pivotal role of education in preserving democracy is evident, and success stories highlight the positive impact of reforms. Let us focus both on challenges and success as we navigate the complexities of safeguard democratic principles. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. The next speaker is Ms. Erokotiri from Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur for this excellent report. The critical issue highlighted in this report, namely the increasing and pervasive use of slaps across Europe, poses an imminent threat to journalism, advocacy, communication, and the broader spectrum of free speech, essential elements for the proper functioning of a democratic society. The report accurately underscores the inadequacy of the existing legal framework that does not sufficiently protect persons or entities targeted by slaps, leaving a wide array of actors, including journalists, media organizations, activists, and whistleblowers, vulnerable and exposed to the unsettling effects of these legal tactics. It is imperative that we respond to this tool of intimidation and silencing as a matter of urgency. As a parliamentarian and a lawyer, I fully endorse the draft resolution's call for member states to enact a comprehensive set of anti-SLAPP measures while strengthening the integrity of defamation and privacy laws. Specifying legal definitions and introducing additional specific anti-SLAPP measures can provide member states with the necessary tools to apply a more comprehensive and targeted approach to counter this issue, while monitoring their due implementation. By addressing such insidious abuses that burden defendants and stifle dissent, we can ensure that these practices will not only be used as tools of intimidation, but rather serve their intended purpose of protecting individual rights. Besides, such abuses not only obstruct the free flow of information, but also place an undue financial and legal burden on defendants, often leading to a chilling effect on their willingness and determination to seek justice. Measures may include stricter standards for initiating such claims, penalties for frivolous lawsuits, and mechanisms to expedite the resolution of cases to prevent prolonged financial and emotional strain on defendants. In doing so, we acknowledge the need for a robust legal framework that safeguards the freedom of expression and ensures that individuals and organizations can participate in public discourse without the fear of retribution. All voices, particularly those of journalists, advocates, and the civil society, must not only be heard, but also be duly protected from undue legal harassment. By fortifying our legal defenses against SLAPPs, we affirm our commitment to fostering an open and democratic society uninhibited by the threat of legal intimidation. For in democratic societies, it is unacceptable for legislation intended to protect individual rights to be manipulated in order to silence those who seek to unveil the truth. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. Maintenant...
Thank you, Madam. The next speaker is Mr. Yuri Kamelchuk from Ukraine.
Je ne le vois pas.
Apparently he's not in the chamber. In that case, we move on to Mr. Laszlo Torakshai from Hungary.
Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address our grandchildren, not you, especially not those politicians who are destroying Europe with their open borders policy or with their censorship. We want a truly free world and freedom of speech. This report talks about attacks on journalists and free media. All these attacks on journalists must be condemned and prevented. There is no question about that. But this report is extremely incomplete and one-sided because there is government propaganda and then there is the propaganda of international, but mostly US-based financial circles and global corporations. The report does not mention the latter. There is not a single word about social media, for example, which is now the most important form of media, and social platforms have much more power and influence. They influence voters with their algorithms, with political censorship, and they can also influence the outcome of elections. Today, everyone can be a journalist, as anyone can create videos and articles and publish them on social media platforms, reaching many more people than traditional media ever could. The owners of social media hold as much power as governments. In fact, their power is even bigger. While it is difficult, but the people have the chance to change a government by an election or by replacing bad politicians. The owners of social media, mostly American billionaires, are untouchable. They can't do anything. Nobody elected them, yet they rule. They can censor and silence opinions they don't like. They constantly censor, among other things, news related to migration, but they do the same. They apply double standards when they allow the traditional male-female roles, relationships, the traditional family model to be attacked in the most violent way, but also the increasingly aggressive LGBTQ propaganda is not allowed to be criticized. For example, 4 years ago, Meta deleted my Facebook and Instagram pages without any explanation. Meanwhile, it turned out that a rival political party in Hungary was behind Facebook censorship. I filed a lawsuit against Meta, but despite winning the case and being ordered by the court to reinstate my Instagram page, to this day, Meta has not done so. Meta is committing an openly illegal act, and no one cares. This is what they do to millions of people. When you talk about free media, consider this as well. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur. Je donne maintenant la parole.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Olena Komenko from Ukraine.
Expression and public participation are two pillars of our democracy. As Ukraine moves forward in our European integration process, it's imperative to recall that media reform was one of the initial steps to start in negotiations. At the same time, a key concern, also recently underscored by the World Economic Forum, is the escalating risks of disinformation, especially in the upcoming wave of crucial elections this year all over the world. As parliamentarians, we have a dual responsibility to protect the integrity of information and to ensure the public participation is not just a formality, but a genuine democratic practice. The threat of disinformation is especially acute in the view of Russian aggression. Our adversaries would not hesitate to explore and to exploit every possibility to undermine our democracies. This calls for an increased watchfulness against foreign interventions masquerading as a legitimate expressions of free speech. For instance, in the resolution on the situation of the children of Ukraine, unanimously adopted earlier today, we stress the need for assessment of the journalists' participation in propaganda campaigns organized by the Russian Federation or Belarus concerning Ukrainian children deported and forcibly transferred by Russia. It is especially important given Russia's use of media representatives, including international journalists, to justify and whitewash its war crimes. However, in our pursuit to safeguard our institutions, we must also be careful not to overstep and violate the very freedoms we aim to protect. Our response to these challenges must be dual. Firstly, we must reinforce our legal frameworks to protect journalists and public participants from slaps and other forms of intimidation. These legal shields are not just the protection of individuals, but also are pillars that preserve the inviolability of public discourse. And secondly, we must foster a culture of critical thinking and resilience against misinformation. This involves supporting educational initiatives and promoting media literacy amongst our citizens. We must equip our people with the tool to critically assess and engage with it. Our actions today will define the strength of our democracies tomorrow. Together, we must ensure that our societies are not just informed, but also actively and meaningfully engaged. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Merci, Madame. J'appelle maintenant Madame Ayz.
Thank you, Madam. The next speaker is Ms. Aysu Bongolu from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. January is a month of sorrow in Turkey. An investigator, journalist, and author, Uğur Mumcu, who dedicated his life to democratic and secular society, was murdered by a bomb attack 31 years ago on 24th of January. Writer and journalist Hrant Dink was murdered 17 years ago on 19th of January. Journalist Metin Göktepe was murdered on January 8, 1996. We all call them as a martyr of democracy. Therefore, discussing the right of freedom of expression in our January session is meaningful for the Turkish public opinion. I support and appreciate Mr. Jensen's excellent and timely report. Authoritarian governments increasingly exert pressure on both traditional media and social media in recent years. In this context, populist discourse and governmental practices have a profound impact on journalists. Those who uncover government's errors often become targets, face threats, detentions, and censorship. Restricting media freedom is primarily a political initiative targeting the public's right to access accurate information. National security, war, or terrorism are mostly used as pretext. For example, in Turkey, 43 journalists were arrested last year. Unfortunately, this is an attempt for the normalization of oppression, digital authoritarianism, and auto-censorship. Thus, legal practices and policies protecting press freedom against authoritarian governments must be developed throughout Europe. Although the law, institutions, and boards of governments to ensure media freedom seem to exist in theory, they lead to many problems in practice. That's why it's very important that the government should act in full respect of the principles of the European Convention on Human Rights as a fundamental reference guaranteeing right to freedom of expression and the safety of the journalists. I must underline that many domestic court decisions fail to comply with the recommendations of the Venice Commission and the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. I hope the report will become a basic reference to correct all the wrongdoings in each and every member state. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. The next speaker is Mr. Levin Bezashvili from Georgia.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members, a free and vibrant media is a cornerstone of any democratic society. This discussion carries weight not only for Georgia, but also for the broader principles that underpin our shared commitment to democracy, transparency, and the protection of human rights. One of the primary challenges facing journalists in Georgia is the persistent threat to their safety. The Georgian Dream government still did not punish organizers of violent actions, primarily organizers of July 5, 2021 massive attacks on journalists are still unpunished, who brutally assaulted 53 journalists, and unfortunately, Lekso Lashkarova, a cameraman TV Pirvelje channel, died a few days after he had been beaten in the center of Tbilisi. We are concerned to witness the spread of anti-Western propaganda and constant attacks on our international partners by the government-controlled media in Georgia that not only undermines the values of democracy and freedom, but also derail European aspiration of Georgian people. This is a problem in the social media as well. Facebook shut down hundreds of fake accounts and pages linked to Georgian government and the ruling party, which had been used against European values and spread fake news. Moreover, the government has launched criminal cases against opposition media managers and owners. Many journalists reported incidents of censorship, government interference, and legal actions designed to silence investigative journalists. Additionally, financial pressure on media outlets have led to a concentration of media ownership, limiting the diversity of voices and perspectives. In conclusion, I urge the Council of Europe to closely monitor the situation in Georgia and address the challenges faced by journalists. We must advocate for the creation and enforcement of laws that protect media freedom and stand firmly against any form of intimidation or harassment directed at journalists in Georgia and around the world. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur. La parole maintenant est à monsieur Peter Frick.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Frick from Liechtenstein.
Besten Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much, President. President, dear colleagues, first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the rapporteurs for their very important work here. Over the last few years, we've noticed an alarming increase in the number of attacks on journalists and the free media. Since 2015, in the member states of the Council of Europe alone, 49 journalists, men and women, have been killed, and more than 60 are currently being detained. The overwhelming majority of these journalists are in Turkey, in Azerbaijan, or in Ukrainian territories under temporary occupation. The Council of Europe has a platform for the protection of journalists, and it plays a very important role, I believe, in this regard. Threats, breaches of media freedom, all of these are systematically documented and classified. On the one hand, it allows us to recognize negative trends, country-specific challenges as well, and then we can counter those through targeted reform processes. Furthermore, this platform also has a very important early warning system, and that helps us protect both journalists and media professionals. We, ladies and gentlemen, are parliamentarians, we are politicians, and it's part of our responsibility to protect the free media and to protect media professionals, to make our contribution. In the report, of course, we talk about these slaps, lawsuits against media professionals and civil society. They are just as unacceptable as threats and hate speech. The work carried out by free and independent media is absolutely essential for a properly functioning democracy. The protection of journalists, men and women, as well as all media professionals, is therefore of paramount importance. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci, monsieur. Et maintenant...
Thank you. The next speaker is Christophe Lacroix from Belgium. Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by congratulating you, President, for your rapidly improving pronunciation of all these names in foreign languages. Congratulations. So, moving on to the matter in hand, press freedom and how we can act to guarantee the safety and security of journalists. As a historian by training, I would like to start by looking back to 200 years ago. On the 7th of February 1831, 5 basic freedoms were established: the freedom of religion, the freedom of opinion and expression, freedom of association and assembly, freedom of education, and finally, freedom of the press. It was stated clearly in the Constitution that censorship could never be allowed. In 1831, the Belgian National Congress, which drafted this article, and I would add it's never been changed in the meantime, wanted it to be an absolute guarantee. So important people in Belgium, such as Karl Marx and Victor Hugo, benefited from protection. Journalists are often at the origin of a series of scandals, examples of corruption, Watergate, for example, the Panama Papers, Cambridge Analytica, WikiLeaks, Qatargate. In other words, the press are an important counter-pouvoir, and we must support journalists. It's quite unacceptable that journalists be subject to threats, harassment, imprisonment, torture, or assassination. Recent figures from Reporters Without Borders have very dark news for a whole series of countries: Azerbaijan, Turkey, Hungary. In other countries, journalists are victims of war. 10 have lost their lives in Ukraine. 73 journalists have been killed in Gaza. In all of these cases involving journalists, clearly we have a duty to protect them, for example, from extradition to countries which are guilty of torture. And I'd like to think in particular about the very specific case of Julian Assange. I would like to commend 10.3, 10.4, 10.5 and 10.6 from Morgan Jensen's resolution, which refers to controls on media funding with a view to protect it from conglomerates and major economic players, often supported by the far right. I would wind up, President, ladies and gentlemen, by quoting an author who in 1847 said the following. This is Jean Bidast Bivot. He said, "Under the name of press freedom, a whole series of threatened freedoms can be protected. We have to fight them untiringly. It's important that the public defend this." Let me wind up. We have to expect press freedom to remain even when other freedoms disappear. If freedom of the press disappears, we will see gradually all the other freedoms will start diminishing and then disappear. Thank you. I'd like to thank our House historian. The next speaker is Thomas Pringle from Ireland.
Je ne le vois pas. Nous allons partir.
Apparently he's not in the House. Moving on to Mexico with Olympia Tamara Girón Hernández.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Guaranteeing media freedom and guaranteeing the safety of journalists is an obligation of the Mexican state. The Constitution of the United Mexican States establishes under Article 6 that everyone has the right to access information and everyone has the right to freedom of expression. That includes the right to practice as a journalist and to practice it freely, in safety. Within that context, Mexico has decided to shoulder this responsibility of protecting and promoting these rights. Mexico has created an environment which is conducive to the practice of journalism, and within that environment, journalists can indeed carry out their work without fear of reprisal or any violation of their physical integrity. Now, this obligation means that the state must take measures to prevent, to investigate, and to punish any attacks, and indeed make sure that various protection mechanisms are put in place. The purpose here is to ensure the safety and integrity of journalists. Now, if I may, I would like to mention some of these protection mechanisms. We have, for instance, a mechanism to protect human rights defenders and journalists. It is a federal mechanism, and its main purpose is to provide protective measures, both at individual level and at collective level, which are afforded to journalists and to human rights defenders when they are in a situation of risk. For instance, you can be equipped with panic buttons, with surveillance cameras. They can also have bodyguards, and furthermore, support is provided to any victims. Secondly, I would mention the National Human Rights Commission. The National Human Rights Commission is an independent body. Its purpose is to promote and protect human rights in Mexico. And in the case of breach against the freedom of expression of journalists, then the National Human Rights Commission is allowed to issue recommendations which are addressed to the government and can also provide advice to the victims concerned. Thirdly, I would mention the homologated protocol for the protection of journalists, and this is in particular a mechanism that is used by the agency responsible for dealing with crimes committed against the freedom of expression. It's known in Mexico as FEADLE, and this particular protocol draws up measures together with the authorities in order to deal with any threats against journalists. Fourthly, I would mention the specialized units for crimes against freedom of expression. These are units that are managed by our special prosecutor, for crimes against freedom of expression, and the purpose of these specialized units is to investigate and to prosecute crimes against freedom of expression and to protect journalists. And it is important to note that notwithstanding all of these measures, we do still face some challenges when it comes to protection of journalists in Mexico. And that is why the current administration of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador has really stressed the importance of continuing to strengthen these mechanisms to ensure even more, even greater safety for journalists. President López Obrador has been faced with many challenges and has really shown his determination to strengthen the protection mechanism afforded to journalists for their safety and for press freedom. That said, the Mexican state has committed itself to guarantee press freedom, to guarantee the safety of journalists. It has committed itself to promoting a safe environment in which the full exercise of freedom of expression is respected. Notwithstanding, it has to be acknowledged that there are still some important challenges that we need to address when it comes to safety of journalists in Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by mentioning that this year, the Mexican state and the Council of Europe together have been collaborating for 25 years. So 25 years now that we've been working together with you in order to better protect human rights, better protect democracy, and also better protect the rule of law. We have learned a lot from this experience 25 years down the road, and we really appreciate the fact that we can participate in the work of this Parliamentary Assembly. The fact that we can work with your institutions really allows us to make sure that we can set up a framework that is conducive to promote all of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. After a 4-minute trip to Mexico, back to Europe now, to Malta, with Ms. Cressida Gallia.
Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, I would like to first of all thank the 3 rapporteurs of the recommendation and the resolution for their work on the documents in front of us. Freedom of expression and media freedom are the cornerstone of any democracy. They are 2 vital pillars for a pluralistic democracy, as they ensure a holistic exchange of information and provides crucial checks and balances on the governing institutions. Undoubtedly, freedom of expression cannot be secured without the protection of journalists. Over the last few years, there has been increasing discourse and attention to the need for anti-SLAPP measures, not only on a national level, which has been an issue of particular concern, but also within international organizations, including the Council of Europe, the European Union, the United Nations, and the OSCE. It is important to continue to discuss such measures at all levels and put forward well-researched recommendations towards improving the protection and safety of those brave enough to challenge those in power. Journalists and press hold governments to account. They bring us, the politicians, to what can sometimes be a much-needed reality check of where we stand as representatives and what and how we can do better. SLAPP proceedings can drain the pockets of those who should be provided with the means to carry out their work diligently without the thought of unjust and unfounded libel and or defamation suits being filed against them. It is for this reason that, as outlined in both the recommendation and the resolution, measures must be taken to protect all media actors in our home countries and also Europe and beyond. This includes, but is not limited to, providing adequate resources, ensuring the protection of the press, and ascertaining that there is no form of hindrance to the freedom of expression and of the media. Colleagues, allow me to take the opportunity to highlight elements of the work of the Maltese government over the last years and particularly over the last 4 months. Through the Media and the Defamation Act, the right to freedom of expression was strengthened. Among others, criminal libel was abolished, and also a number of anti-SLAPP provisions were introduced, which removed the possibility of the filing of precautionary warrants against journalists and the filing of multiple lawsuits against the journalist on the same facts. We have tabled new legislation in Parliament to further strengthen this 4th pillar of democracy, and these 3 bills were originally proposed by the Committee of Experts on Media, which was set up to analyse our laws and identify those gaps that can be used against journalists and hinder their work. This legislation also followed consultations that were held with key stakeholders, including the OSCE representation on the freedom of the media together with the Institute of Maltese Journalists, and in continued dialogue with the family of Miss Daphne Caruana Galizia, whose murder was a watershed moment for my country. Furthermore, a dedicated single point of contact was established within the Malta police force specifically for journalists so that they feel more comfortable to also approach the police. As part of the threat assessment, and the alleged victim or journalist is given also some advice on personal protection measures and regular feedback. Furthermore, training sessions are organized in collaboration also with the Association of Journalists to train the police forces to deal with the media relations. Following the call by journalists as well as NGOs to have more consultation on such important legislation, the Maltese government acceded to this request and reopened also the consultation process to ensure broadest possible input and views. A white paper also will be issued in the coming weeks with revised media reform laws on which it will be holding another round of public consultation. A government that protects its journalists and provides the tools for our media and to operate in a secure and open environment is not afraid of the pen being mightier than the sword. Collective and consistent actions, both as individual countries and as Europe, are needed to be truly effective, presenting tangible results media and the press. The Maltese government remains steadfast in this effort, both nationally and internationally, in different forums. Our commitment is clear in the priorities of our
Désolé.
My apologies. Moving on now to Ms. Söder Buric from Turkey.
Thank you very much, President. Dear colleagues, 69 journalists were killed during the Second World War, which lasted almost 3,000 days, and the same number of journalists were killed by Israel in Gaza in less than 3 months. The number of journalists killed now stands at 107, including 9 women, and the numbers are rising. More than 80 journalists have been injured, 8 journalists have been detained by Israel, 63 press organizations have been bombed, countless journalists have been beaten. The Israeli administration kills, beats, and ill-treats journalists in order to conceal the crimes it has committed. To better explain the scale of Israel's continuing brutality, on 15 October, Amnesty International documented the use of white phosphorus shells by the Israeli army in densely populated civilian areas of Gaza, and this has been documented by photographs taken by international agencies. Journalists currently in the Gaza Strip are torn between their duty to inform and the fear of being killed. And if we don't act immediately, then Gaza will no longer have an eye because there are few journalists left on the ground given the constant risk to their lives. Dear colleagues, we talk here about journalists in Europe, but I think you need to be aware of the fact that Israel is depriving you, us, citizens of Europe, of our right to access information without hindrance. Unfortunately, on Tuesday, this House experienced a day of shame. I would like to quote one of our colleagues who said this: "If these journalists are killed, I won't go and mourn them," end of quote. But no, sir. It's not terrorists or those who propagate terrorism. We're talking about journalists who worked for AFP, for Reuters, who worked for your right to access sound and correct information. We should be the main organisation defending human rights. The Parliamentary Assembly, for its part, should take the lead when it comes to ending censorship and when it comes to protecting the right to life. We must shoulder our historic role and responsibility here. Indeed, as the title of this report rightly says, guaranteeing media freedom and the safety of journalists is an obligation of Member States of the Council of Europe. I take this opportunity to pay tribute to all the journalists who have lost their lives in Gaza while carrying out their duties. And now a final word to all the members of the Assembly. The citizens of Gaza are dying of starvation and have been for days. If we don't step up to this task now, then Israel won't really need arms, weapons, in order to kill or destroy people. They won't need it anymore.
Thank you, Madam. The next speaker is Mr. Tistik from Ukraine.
Merci, President. Dear colleagues, I express my gratitude to the reporter for addressing the vital issue of media freedom and the safety of journalists, which is fundamental to a true democracy. Media freedom as a pillar of democracy becomes especially important in modern conditions, when the world is affected by information wars, manipulations and propaganda. Today, Ukrainians feel this influence especially painfully. In the conditions of the information war with Russia, which is hundreds of times larger than the front line, the freedom of Ukrainian and international independent media acts as a barrier against manipulation and disinformation. Independent journalists and mass media are the voice that helps Ukrainians to withstand the test of truth in the information storm, to maintain hope and faith. Media freedom is also important in the context of preserving national identity and defending sovereignty. Being at the epicenter of geopolitical events, Ukraine has the opportunity to present its truth through independent mass media and wage an informational struggle to support its interests and values. Ensuring media freedom is recognition of the right of every citizen to access diverse and objective information. Journalists and editors must be able to work without fear of pressure and harassment, providing citizens with access to information that is impartial and objective. Instead, dictatorships always seek to keep their motives secret, shielding themselves from public scrutiny and citizen scrutiny. In dictatorial regimes where there is no media freedom, people are deprived of the opportunity to receive objective information and express their opinions freely. This leads to manipulations, propaganda, and lack of critical thinking. As of January 2024, since the beginning of the full-scale invasions of the Russian Federation on the territory of Ukraine, the occupiers have killed at least 79 media workers. 79. According to data of the International Federation of Journalists, among the dead were 16 media persons who were performing professional duties. 9 media workers are victims among the civilian population, and 54 mass media representatives who mobilized for the defense of Ukrainians to the ranks of armed forces of Ukraine. Russia's attacks on communication infrastructures reflect threats to media workers. I completely agree with the speakers that the intention is obvious: to silence the media and prevent society from getting independent information. The destruction of communication infrastructure has a dual purpose of not only impeding the work of journalists, but also impeding journalistic work and efforts to uncover the truth and bringing perpetrators of war crime to justice. I call on you, esteemed colleagues, to join this tireless effort to preserve media freedom in Europe and around the world, and to pay tribute to the journalists who died in Ukraine while performing their civic and professional duty. I ask everyone who is there to honor the memory of our heavenly heroes of the media. A moment of silence, please.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Gilameti.
Qui n'est pas là.
She's not in the chamber. The next speaker in that case is Gusti Grass from Luxembourg. Thank you, President. This debate about guarantees for media freedom and the safety of journalists is absolutely relevant for this Assembly, particularly given the fact that we currently find ourselves seeing a rolling back of these freedoms. Our colleague Jürgen Jensen assesses the growing trend towards certain risks for journalists. Media professionals see themselves being attacked, threatened, intimidated, or indeed thrown into prison, tortured, or assassinated. Since the beginning of the year, 4 journalists and press workers have been killed. So far this year, Reporters Without Borders has counted a total of 557 media workers in prison. These imprisonments are highly regrettable, in particular when they take place in member states of the Council of Europe. I would cite, for example, Azerbaijan and Turkey. This is why I will never stop underlining the fact that rights to freedom of expression, free media, and safety for journalists are not rights that we can count on, even within this organisation. In Belarus, the incarceration of journalists for political reasons has become standard practice. So as to better draw people's attention to this situation, I've decided to adopt the chief editor of an important independent media outlet in Belarus, Alexandra Mancevic. Ladies and gentlemen, the Council of Europe platform for enhancing the protection of journalism must also do the same thing. We have to create a sense of awareness of these problems. Please allow me to briefly refer to the media situation in Luxembourg, which can proudly tout its 20th position in the last league table of Reporters Without Borders. The legal framework was revised in 2021, and the law then provided new support to the press. However, in a small country, a very small country such as mine, one might have some doubts about the problems which can be caused by an incestuous relationship between the press and politicians. Threats against journalists, or more recently, cartoonists, have become part of everyday life for us. The new government is very much aware that there are still shortcomings in legislation, and this is why a statute for protection of journalists has been included in the coalition government agreement. The idea of this is to ensure that we can create a safe environment which encourages free expression and therefore democracy. The authorities in Luxembourg will continue to work in favour of media pluralism and quality, reliable news. I would like to wind up by reminding you of the rulemaking role of this Assembly. Although we don't actually have any legislative power in this House, we are back at home national legislators in our relevant member states. And I can assure you that I will, of course, be transmitting the recommendations of this text to the Government of Luxembourg. Thank you.
Maintenant à Monsieur José María Sánchez García d'Espagne.
Next speaker, Mr. Sánchez García, Spain.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, President. There are many statements made in these two draft resolutions. We can compare them. We can agree that freedom of expression, freedom of information is essential in our democracies. Furthermore, we can also agree when it comes to the draft resolution on slaps, the types of measures that are required here. We can agree on that. Having said that, I also think we need to acknowledge that these two draft resolutions might well be, I don't know, they have to be compared to the whole question of hate speech, which is criminalised, of course, in practically all of our member states. Allow me to refer you to the first point in the draft recommendation, where it says member states have a positive obligation to promote an environment that is safe and conducive to the participation of everyone in a public debate without fear, even if their opinions are perhaps not in line with the ones held by official authorities or by the majority of public opinion. Well, let me tell you that this can happen quite often when people speak about hate speech. People are expressing themselves, not in a criminal fashion, they're just using a different means. So I think that that needs to be perhaps recalled in this context. The draft resolution, and indeed the other resolution, fine, of course, protect journalists, freedom of the media, but at the same time you have to, I think, acknowledge that these texts are not perhaps entirely realistic, and I'm afraid we can't share the logic that underpins these texts. Also, another point that puzzles me, when it comes to, for instance, a clear difference, a clear distinction, not a hypothetical one, a real difference between the situation that prevails, among citizens, ordinary citizens, and then political leaders, politicians, because they are constantly confronted with campaigns, negative campaigns against them, and sometimes they have to turn to the courts because, they have to take measures of litigation in order to defend themselves. So there seems to me to be different standards applied to ordinary citizens, and then politicians, or indeed politicians that are not that much, liked by hegemonic forces. I do have to specify this because as a lawyer myself, I have been involved in proceedings before the courts, cases of litigation, and ultimately they led to convictions. So just so you know, we need to remember the context here. What we can see here is that these reports are all well and good, but they're not entirely realistic. Also, when we talk about freedom of expression for the media and for journalists, there are a number of issues addressed here which, need to be mentioned. For instance, independent media, protecting independent media. That's all well and good. What if you don't have them in a state? What if you have irrelevant media? They might be free, but they're completely irrelevant. Or media concentration. There are countries such as Spain, audiovisual media, you have absolute control, absolute monopolies. Also, I think it's item 5 in the resolution, where it is said that all of this should be governed in accordance with gender ideology. Quite honestly, I don't know what that has to do with freedom of information or freedom of expression. It seems to me completely misplaced, quite frankly. And then I think it's point 11, the second draft resolution. As usual, oh, what a surprise, as usual, we mentioned Poland, Hungary, Serbia, I think Turkey, they are supposed to be the ones who are most responsible for any attacks on media freedom and journalist freedom. Anyway, I've said this before, and the speaker has been cut off. No, back on. So, again, this has something to do more with political parties than anything else. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne maintenant la parole à Madame.
Thank you very much. I now call Mrs. Nadejda Jordanova from Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished colleagues, Mr. Schena, Mr. Jensen, first allow me to congratulate you for the excellent work. I would also like to congratulate the Assembly for having a joint debate over countering slaps and guaranteeing media freedom and journalist safety. We have 2 resolutions that cover different aspects of one of the biggest pillars of the democracy that we, as free people, want to live in. Without free media, there can be no democracy, and all our freedoms will be put at risk. I specifically want to stress upon the importance of paragraph 10.5 of the Media Freedom Resolution, which is about public service media. In the past 4 years, Bulgaria has significantly improved its performance in the RAF's World Press Freedom Index, climbing 40 position in the ranking. For this steady progress to continue, I support the work on efficient and comprehensive legislation, which will guarantee the sustainable financing of public media. This is crucially important for turning public media into a real guarantor for trustworthy information as a counterweight to disinformation campaigns. In addition, we need to foster public media's role in electoral campaigns so that the voters can make a well-informed choice. According to the official UNESCO statistics, 2023 has brought a worryingly sharp rise of journalists killed in war areas, from 20 in 2021 to 38 in 2023. The final 3 months of 2023 have been the deadliest since at least 2007, with 27 journalists killed. The journalists, unfortunately, work in an increasingly militarized environment. Therefore, I call all of you to urge our countries to put further pressure on warring parties and demand that the reporters' safety be fully guaranteed while they fulfill their professional duties in conflict zones. I should also share with you that the SLAPS resolution is a subject of my professional passion. It is our duty to implement effective guarantees that no corporation or politician could silence a journalist by misuse of claims. At the same time, we should also guarantee that every politician, corporate official, or any other person has effective access to justice in case his or her good name has been harmed. It is difficult to balance to be made, and it is our duty to do it. We in our country already started working on new legislation regarding SLAPs, and this report and this resolution will be great support. Dear colleagues, I urge you to vote for both resolutions. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. Je donne
Thank you very much. I now call Laura Castel from Spain.
Chair, dear colleagues, SLAPs are a form of lawfare seeking to silence civil society organizations, activists, and media to impede the right of citizens to be informed. Just a close example, Open Dialogue Foundation, they publish information about human rights violations in Kazakhstan. As a retaliation, the Secret Services filed a collective criminal complaint in Belgium, using internal communications of this assembly to discredit them. Another related case took 6 years to be closed by the court in Belgium. With respect to the media freedom and safety of journalists, the reports remind us that they are cornerstones of democracy and that only last year they were registered 60 journalists and media professionals detained in Europe, which is to say, dear colleagues, a bunch of democracy locked up in jail by some member states of the Council of Europe. Let me share other examples. Julian Assange, 5 years in a British high security prison, so Council of Europe soil, facing extradition and a 175-year sentence for publishing war crimes and torture, a real whistleblower and a real scandal. This assembly should call for his release right now. Azerbaijan, Council of Europe soil, has 240 political prisoners, most of them journalists, accused of receiving illegal funding from abroad for revealing systematic violations of political rights perpetrated by Azerbaijan. And they still ask why their credentials have not been ratified by this assembly. Let me conclude by 2 Spanish cases. Pablo González, a journalist detained in pretrial detention in Poland, in solitary confinement, with no evidence. Polish authorities have extended his detention for the 7th time. So, dear colleagues, in February, he will serve 2 years, colleagues, without trial and incommunicado, a clear black hole situation in a Council of Europe soil. The last case is Jesus Rodriguez, editor of La Directa, an online investigative media in Catalonia. He has been charged of terrorism for demonstrations, peaceful demonstrations, supporting the Catalan political prisoners. The real motive behind this indictment is a retaliation for uncovering the espionage operations of the Spanish police forces and revealing their infiltration in peaceful Catalan social movements. Dear colleagues, those reports demonstrate that state authorities, including judicial branch, are, in most cases, at the origin of those threats. That is why these 2 reports are so important. Media freedom is a public good, a key asset for democracies, and we, as a Council of Europe, need to remain united in defending journalists, activists, human rights defenders, or whistleblowers, all of them. Thanks to both rapporteurs for their amazing work. Free Assange, free them all. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. Le dernier...
Thank you very much, Mrs. Castel. The last speaker will be George Lukaidis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me first to congratulate our rapporteurs for their excellent work. Dear colleagues, safeguarding freedom of the press and an independent and pluralistic media is vital for a strong functioning democracy. Any form of restriction, control, or manipulation is a clear violation of the basic human right to freedom of expression and information. The number of cases that threaten media freedom is steadily rising in Europe, including an increase in smear campaigns, libel suits, and slaps, which harass and intimidate journalists into silence and submission. Even more troubling is the fact that the number of countries concerned is also at an increase, as well as the fact that many of these cases remain largely unresolved. The fast decline of media freedom and deterioration of journalist safety demands our full attention and our immediate action. Important positive steps have been taken towards endorsing feasible collective strategies, such as establishing the platform for the protection of journalism and safety of journalists, and acknowledging during the 4th summit in Reykjavik last May that the Council of Europe stands at the forefront of settling and upholding the standards on freedom of expression. At the same time, it is very unfortunate that our joint effort to ensure an independent and pluralistic media also provided a platform for European governments to lobby for certain clauses that would actually allow for exactly the opposite result. This was the case recently when, through the efforts to achieve a political agreement at the EU level on the European Media Freedom Act, certain countries, including my own country, Cyprus, regretfully promoted the provisional use of spyware for surveillance and the monitoring of devices used by journalists for national security purposes. In contrast, it is imperative that we accelerate efforts to establish national-level frameworks guaranteeing the safety of journalists and other media players, as stipulated in Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights, and actively endorse the Campaign for the Safety of Journalists launched last October. In addition, dear colleagues, we should prioritise creating comprehensive anti-SLAPP regulatory frameworks, promoting common financial support and retribution funds, and strengthening pertinent national laws by including deterring penalties in order to guarantee legal and procedural protection against SLAPPs. Finally, dear colleagues, talking about media freedom, human rights and democracy, while more than 75 journalists have been killed in the Gaza genocide, or when Julian Assange, one of the world's foremost journalists, has spent almost 5 years without having been convicted in a British maximum security prison for the crime of publishing the truth, is utterly appalling. Thank you for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur Loukaïd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loukaïdis. I'm afraid I now have to interrupt the list of speakers. And the speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I would like to remind colleagues that the text can be no longer than 400 words and they must be submitted electronically. I now call Mr. Stefan Schenach for 3 minutes as rapporteur to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, I want to thank to all who was participating by this debate, and the most gave us right that the freedom of press, the freedom of opinion, the open speech is in danger. And for the ladies Kravchuk and Stambach, I have an example. You all know who was Yevgeny Prigozhin. And he was one of the big mover of SLAPPs, because when you wrote that he is the boss of the soldiers, then you got in UK, he moved to the court. And then you pay that, because you have to defend yourself. So this is next, why we have the figures about the SLAPPs, because Council of Europe has a perfect website. We have a website for the journalists who are under pressure, and we have a website for SLAPPs. Please, whenever you can tell somebody, use those websites. Then I want to say thank you to our conference in Riga, the pencil mightier than the sword. That was really a very, very impressive conference from the president of that time. But I want also to thank Roberta and Mark, because our bureau These are the best experts we have, but there should be also a woman, and this woman is sitting in London, and the name is Beatrice Brown. I must say, it's not so many times that somebody impressed me so much as this woman, which is the expert of the British government against slaps. And then Madame Jordana. Jordana, you are from Bulgaria. I never miss a moment to remember on one of the most brutal murder journalists, and this is Victoria Marinova. She was investigative journalist, and she was extremely killed. Then I want to say to those who spoke about Julian Assange, you are all right. And 4 years ago, we had an amendment in this plenary, and it was adopted that he should come free immediately. But it was 4 years ago, and I can only tell you, as I know in the committee, there is the next amendment, which is also very good adopted, and we should take care for Julian Assange. Mr. President, thank you very much. Sorry, now I'm 30 seconds over.
Merci. Je donne maintenant la...
Thank you very much, Mr. Schenach. And now I call Mr. Måns Jensen for 3 minutes as well.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and thanks for the very, very positive reception of my and also Stefan's report. Just a few remarks. Stefan said what has to be said about Julian Assange and his case. It is mentioned in my report, but also I will support the amendment putting it into the to the resolution. And to Mr. Torokai from Hungary, I just want to say you would like this to also this resolution also to talk about the power of social media. This is not for this report. We have in 22 had a report on that and the control on online communication, and we are also preparing a new report, public regulation on the freedom of expression in digital media. So we are working on this item, but it's not a part of this report. This report is about professional media, professional journalists, and there I also would like you perhaps to notice what is written about Hungary and the role of Hungary when it comes to media capture. There is some work to do for you as a parliamentarian. I hope you will take part in it to better the situation also in Hungary. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you earlier, this debate ends my mandate as a rapporteur of this assembly on media freedom and safety of journalists. It has been a great pleasure for me to fulfill this role in the last 2 years, and I wish all the best to our colleague Valentina Grippo, who is now taking over this challenging task for the next 2 years. And indeed, the adoption of our report today is not an end to that work, it is a new beginning. I want to remain optimistic despite the difficulties that we face. The fact that all our countries are engaged in a constructive process such as the campaign for the safety of journalists should bring us hope. However, we must not be coherent, and now we must make this campaign a success story. We should feel accountable, be more responsible, and also act more rapidly when problems are detected. We need to show more commitment and to safeguard media freedom more effectively. Each of us should do this at domestic level, and we must work together at the level of the Council of Europe as well. So on behalf of all the journalists, all the media workers, all the media in Europe. I want to thank you again for a very, very good debate, and also for your support today and during the last 2 years. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Jensen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jensen. And now for the committee, may I give the floor to Mr. Birgir Thorarinsson, Vice Chair of the committee.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, with the joint debate that we held today, our Assembly is closing a new, very important chapter of our work to safeguard media freedom. The report on SLAPS by Mr. Senak points to measures which are needed to uphold journalists, media and civil society organizations in the role of watchdogs and their contribution to informed public participation. Mr. Jensen's report on guaranteeing media freedom and the safety of journalists is a snapshot of the situation in Europe, which regretfully is deteriorating. Our reports pointed out serious threats against media and journalists, such as killings and harassment, which must be confronted, but it is also important to make sure that political and regulatory conditions are fulfilled to let journalists carry out their public service mission daily and in all our countries. These two complementary reports are a wake-up call for us, and I hope that we will all proactively promote in our countries the guidelines included in the resolution on which we are going to vote. We should all commit as individual members, national delegations, and as the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe to actively support and engage in the campaign for safety of journalists. This year marks not only the 75th anniversary of our institution, it is also a year with the key elections in Europe for the European Parliament, but also at the national level in Finland, Portugal, Slovakia, Lithuania, Belgium, Croatia, Iceland, North Macedonia, Austria, Georgia, Romania, and Moldova. These elections are important for all of us. Moreover, there is a war going on in Europe which affects the work of journalists, reporting on it, as well as the whole media ecosystem, which is subject to informational disorders. Free and independent media are an essential part of the democratic process by making sure that citizens are properly informed at this difficult time. As Mr. Jensen said, it is our obligation to guarantee media freedom. And as Mr. Senak pointed out, what is at stake here is the proper functioning of our democracies. I would like, Mr. President, to thank again our two rapporteurs, Mr. Senak and Mr. Jensen, for their excellent work. And I hope that you will support the draft resolution and recommendation that our committee has submitted to you. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-Président.
Thank you very much to the Vice Chair of the committee. That concludes the debate. Let us move on then to the first report, Countering SLAPS, an Imperative for a Democratic Society, document 15869. The Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media has presented a draft resolution and draft recommendation, document 15869. 12 amendments have been tabled to the resolution. There's also the draft recommendation, again in document 15869. No amendments have been tabled to the latter. Let's look at the draft resolution first. From what I've understood, the chair of the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media would like to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 8, 9, 12 and 10, which were unanimously approved by the committee, that they be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that correct, Vice Chair?
That's correct.
Y a-t-il une...
Very well. Does anyone object in the House? If so, then please raise your hands if you object. I can't see any objections. which means that amendments 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 8, 9, 12 and 10 on the draft resolution are agreed. Thank you. In addition to that, I understand from the Chair of the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media that amendment number 3 was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority of votes cast. Is that correct, Mr. Vice Chair?
That's correct.
Si personne ne...
Very well. Well, if no one objects, does anyone object? Does anyone object? If not, then I would consider this amendment as rejected, definitively rejected, unless anyone opposes the idea. But that appears not to be the case. Thank you. No objections, which means that amendment number 3 to the draft resolution is rejected and will not be called. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move on to the vote on the draft resolution. We require a simple majority for this. So that's the vote on document 15869 as amended, countering slaps, an imperative for a democratic society. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
And the vote is closed. May I call for the result to be displayed? The resolution is adopted. 49 votes in favour, 2 against and 4 abstentions. Congratulations to the authors.
Nous allons passer...
Ladies and gentlemen, let us move on now to the draft recommendation. Here we require a 2/3 majority for the vote. Document 15869, and the vote is open on the draft recommendation this time.
Le scrutin est...
And the vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. The recommendation is adopted. 48 votes in favour, 1 against, 4 abstentions. Once again, congratulations to the authors. Let us then move on.
Au second rapport.
Move on to the second report, which is entitled Guaranteeing Media Freedom and the Safety of Journalists, an Obligation of Member States. I refer you to document 15891. The Committee on Culture, Science, Education and the Media has presented a draft resolution, document 15891. 3 amendments have been tabled to it. There's also a draft recommendation, document 15891, to which no amendment has been tabled. And they will be called in the order as applied to the text as published in the compendium of written amendments. Let us take a look first at the draft resolution, and I've been informed by the Chair of the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and the Media that amendments 1 and 2 were rejected by the committee by a 2/3 majority of votes cast. Is that correct, Mr. Vice Chair?
That's correct.
Si personne ne s'y oppose...
Very well. If no one objects, then I would consider those amendments as rejected. If there are any objections, we need to check whether it has the support of 10 members. Does anybody object to the proposal I've just made? That appears not to be the case. No objections, which means that amendments 1 and 2 to the draft resolution are rejected and they will not be called. Let us move on then to the last amendment. And I call Mr. Andrei Hunko to support amendment number 3.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident. Es ist hier noch...
Thank you, President. I would just like to remind members about this amendment, which takes us back to our demand of January 2020. The resolution we adopted after the release of Julian Assange. I think it's very important in the run-up to the case on the 20th and 21st of February in London. That will probably be the decisive court hearing And given the importance of that day, I would like to ask you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Monsieur Hunko a parlé en faveur.
So Mr. Hunko has supported the amendment. Would anybody like to speak against the proposed amendment?
Je ne vois personne.
I can't see any member asking for the floor. May I turn to the committee? Vice Chair, what's your opinion?
In favour.
La commission est en...
Very well, the committee is in favour. Let us then move on to the vote on the amendment, and the vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
And the vote is closed. The amendment is carried. 36 votes in favour, 8 against and 3 abstentions. Carried.
Nous en venons maintenant...
Which brings us on to the draft resolution as such. We require a simple majority for this. This is document 15891 as amended, guaranteeing media freedom and the safety of journalists, an obligation of member states. The vote is open on the text.
Le scrutin est clos.
And the vote is closed. It is carried. 49 votes in favour, 2 against and 4 abstentions.
On en vient maintenant au vote.
That brings us on to the vote on the draft recommendation this time. Again, document 15891, and we require a 2/3 majority for this one. The vote is open on the draft recommendation.
Le scrutin est clos.
And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. 46 in favour, 1 vote against, 4 abstentions, which means that the recommendation is carried. Congratulations.
La prochaine séance...
The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. in accordance with the order of business. I would like to remind our colleagues who might be leaving Strasbourg tonight and won't be here for the session tomorrow to please deposit their voting cards. There is a dedicated box to that effect at the entrance to the chamber. Thank you very much. The meeting stands adjourned. Have a nice evening.